This was the final Hunter exam. Only the most talented candidates had gathered here to prove their worth. To pass, each participant had to find and kill 10 orcs. The exam area felt like a furnace. The temperature was so extreme that most of the candidates could barely breathe. Sweat poured down their faces without stopping. But this man was different. While everyone else could barely stand, he did not sweat at all. Even the previous test had failed to measure his true strength. Every magic orb shattered the moment he touched it. When the exam began, chaos immediately broke out. Most of the candidates failed and became prey for the monsters hunting the weak. Even the elites could only kill a few orcs, fighting each other over every kill just to survive. No one paid attention to Daesung. He moved quickly, found his first orc, and crushed it like an insect. Even the shattered rocks from his attack killed another target. Hunting orcs one by one quickly bored him. So Daesung tracked down the entire tribe hiding underground, walked straight into their ambush, and burned them all with ease. Just like that, the exam was over. The instructors could only stare in disbelief. The test had barely started, yet Daesung had already completed it. Never in history had anyone cleared the exam that fast. It all began right before Daesung's high school graduation. Back then, he was walking like any ordinary person. Suddenly, he tripped. Somehow, his soul separated from his body and began sinking deeper and deeper. The next thing he knew, he was in hell. He was terrified when he saw vicious monsters brutally fighting each other. The most horrifying part was that the losers were eaten. Somehow, Daesung managed to hide and survive for 10 straight days without food. The strange thing about that place was that there was no cycle of day and night. When Daesung reached his limit, the only way to stay alive was to eat raw, rotten meat left behind by the monsters. It was disgusting, but it was the only way to survive. Over time, he slowly adapted to that brutal environment. He began fighting back against the monsters that once saw him as prey. Using pebbles from the ground, he managed to drive them away. With no other choice, he fought with anything he could find, turning whatever he picked up into a makeshift weapon. Tears fell as he missed his mother. And in the middle of that pain, he promised himself that he would never surrender to despair. The confusing days continued to pass until, at some point, he decided to abandon his humanity. He started from the very bottom and carved his path forward through endless hardship. The meat that once made him sick became something precious, something he learned to value for the sake of survival. One day while he was eating, a panel suddenly appeared in front of him. It showed that he had reached level 3. At that moment, everything started to feel like a game. After 7 years, he reached level 24. With that strength, he could defeat creatures that once seemed terrifying with a single blow. After 24 years, he created a sword from the stone of a dragon knight. But time did not stop. It flowed like a gentle wind. By year 51, Daesung managed to kill an ancient dragon. By year 79, he found the path to the Demon Lord, the creature that had dragged him into this hellish life. And without even asking for permission, he easily cut down the insect-like guards protecting the Demon Lord's nest. Even the gatekeeper had no chance against the young-looking man standing before him. But in reality, Daesung had lived for a very long time. He threatened the guard, ordering him to open the door or have what remained of his body become food for the monsters of hell. But the guard refused and fought back. He saw the situation as an insult to the Demon Lord's honor. Then he went berserk, speaking in a condescending tone. Suddenly, he felt something pierce through his body. When he looked down, there was a massive hole in his chest. Daesung remained calm and simply said the guard was too noisy and had annoyed him. Meanwhile, a floating skeleton named Fireball, possibly his pet or companion, asked whether he was not worried that the Demon Lord would seek revenge after the guard's death. Fireball also asked if Daesung truly intended to rule hell. Daesung ignored the concern and said he had no interest in becoming some foolish ruler. He explained that 80 years had passed since he arrived in that place, and every monster he had faced had its own story and reason for being in hell. That was why he wanted to face the Demon Lord and ask why he had been brought there. Fireball thought his approach was stupid and suggested there had to be a more polite way to handle the situation. He even suggested kneeling and apologizing. But Daesung stood firm. He insisted that he would answer the suffering he had endured with violence, especially because he had been dragged to that place without his consent. With that, he gripped his sword and charged toward the demon lord. But then suddenly he was in a hospital. He panicked and wondered if all of it had only been a dream, because it had been so long since he had dreamed of Earth. Nearby, several children were playing. He realized that in his current body he looked extremely weak. He could not even move properly. He convinced himself that this was just a lucid dream. At that moment, his mother opened the door. Her body trembled when she saw that her son was awake. After 10 years, she immediately burst into tears and hugged him tightly. But Daesung felt sickened by the experience and thought it was childish. The shocking truth was that he really had defeated the demon lord and become the absolute ruler of hell. When his fireball companion asked what he would do next, a message suddenly appeared, asking whether he wanted to return to Earth. For 80 years, his only wish had been to escape that place. Without a second of hesitation, he accepted the offer. And in an instant, he woke up in a hospital after being in a coma for 10 years. The doctor checked his eye reflexes, then gave a positive signal to his mother, assuring her that rehabilitation would help her son recover soon. To his mother, this was a blessing. But to Daesung, it felt like a curse. The idea of returning to life after losing 10 years in a hospital bed, trapped inside a fragile body, was difficult to accept. He became increasingly restless, questioning whether his entire journey through hell had only been a dream. The people around him grew frightened when he began acting like a mentally unstable patient. Filled with frustration and confusion, he threatened the doctor not to come closer. But when the doctor still stepped forward, Daesung bit him like a wild animal while demanding an explanation for the state of his body. He asked whether he was paralyzed or poisoned. He desperately hoped this was all just a nightmare. Unable to control himself, he fell from the bed, causing his mother to panic even more. He reflected on 80 years of battle in hell and felt as if all of his effort had become meaningless. Even in his darkest moments, he had never lost hope of escaping, and now he wanted to go back. Medical staff rushed in and restrained Daesung's arms, trying to bring him back to the bed. Then as he looked out the window, he saw a massive hole in the sky, like a wormhole. Confused and desperate, he questioned fate itself. Was his life in hell just a dream during his coma? Because he refused to calm down, an anesthesiologist injected him with a sedative. When his consciousness returned, he saw a news broadcast on television that confirmed his suspicion. The place he had seen outside was actually a special gate, and hunters had been sent in to clear the monsters inside. A team leader reported to a man who came to visit him. The man looked both shocked and happy to see that Daesung was awake. Still confused, Daesung asked who he was. Then he realized it was his friend, Chango. Chango explained that Daesung had been in that condition for 10 years. He said that 10 years ago, on their way home, Daesung suddenly collapsed. Since then, he had been lying in a hospital bed. When Daesung learned that only 10 years had passed, he felt both confused and relieved. He had thought 30 years had gone by. But the most disturbing fact was that he had spent 80 years in hell. Chango told him that his mother had been working 3 jobs to pay the hospital bills. He encouraged Daesung to take control of his life again and mentioned that a job opportunity had already been prepared. Later, his mother took him outside to breathe some fresh air. Daesung felt an enormous sense of responsibility, along with deep hatred toward his body for being unable to move freely. Suddenly, 2 men appeared to collect the money his mother had borrowed. His mother apologized and begged for 1 more month, but the collectors did not care. One of them shoved her aggressively and threatened her with violence. Tears streamed down her face as she begged them not to humiliate her in front of her son. Her voice trembled with desperation. But the man ignored her plea, rolled up his sleeves, and began to hit her. Seeing his mother suffer, a powerful rage burned inside Daesung. He called them insects and threw insults at them. When one of the collectors grabbed his clothes, his mother begged Daesung to apologize and asked them to let him go, saying he was still sick. But Daesung refused to bow. With a cold expression, the man smiled and threw him to the ground with a violent push. After that, Daesung was beaten brutally while trying to hold back his anger, longing for his old body. Then suddenly a mission appeared in the status window before him. Without hesitation, he accepted it, knowing he had no other choice. The status window had saved his life back in hell. The moment he accepted the mission, everything seemed to stop, as if time itself had frozen. The mission conditions appeared in the status window. He had to reach a certain point within 1 hour. If he succeeded, he would receive a recovery elixir as a reward. Driven by determination, he wondered if his old strength could return. Then he saw a red marker 10 meters away. He tried to stand, but eventually began crawling toward the goal with a smile on his face. To him, complaining about something this small felt disgusting. After all, he had conquered hell. Now, he was crawling slower than an insect. 10 meters felt like 100. Every meter felt like an endless kilometer. At that speed, he doubted he could arrive in time. Even so, he stayed calm, because based on experience, the system never gave impossible tasks. As time passed, he suddenly realized something. When he thought carefully about the mission conditions, he understood that the only requirement was reaching the goal. It did not matter how he got there. While crawling, Daesung grew annoyed when he realized the obvious solution had been right in front of him all along. With his weak hand, he reached for the wheelchair and slowly, but surely, pulled himself onto it. But only 35 seconds remained. Without hesitation, he pushed the wheelchair forward and kept moving, refusing to lose hope. He continued forward, and in the end, he reached the goal. Once the mission was complete, he immediately claimed the reward and used it. Almost instantly, relief spread through his body. The pain disappeared, and a small portion of his old physical strength began to return. With the mission complete, the time-freezing effect ended. The debt collectors looked around in confusion, searching for Daesung, who seemed to have vanished. Before they could do anything else, the police arrived after seeing what had happened. With no choice left, the collectors fled the scene. That night, in his hospital bed, Daesung tried to summon the status window again, but failed. He could not understand how it had appeared before. Desperately, he tried different commands like mission and bag, but eventually gave up. His mind focused only on the need for a new mission, and he hoped he could recover his strength before the debt collectors returned. Suddenly, a strange voice broke the silence. Then he found himself floating in a place called the Pantheon. At first, he thought it was just a strange dream, but he soon realized it was real. He had been summoned to this place to complete a task. Without hesitation, he asked for a new mission and a punching bag. Then a monster shaped like a training target appeared in front of him. He followed the instructions, and after completing the task, he received a memory chip as a reward. Before long, another mission appeared. This time, it required him to run 10 kilometers. The missions kept coming without stopping, and each completed task gave him a new reward. For 10 straight days, he completed mission after mission. But his progress only reached 55% of the total implementation. His irritation began to grow because the task felt far too simple. Eventually, he asked for a harder challenge. In response, the system gave him a new mission. He had to defeat the crying demon. Suddenly, lightning struck in front of him, and the crying demon appeared. The Demon King remembered how he had once nearly died fighting this enemy, and now he felt excited to fight it again. The monster, covered in lightning, roared loudly and attacked with vicious claws. Daesung barely had time to react. He knew that a single hit could destroy his current body. He jumped forward to attack, but the monster easily deflected his strike and threw him to the ground. Blood came out of his mouth as he endured the pain and humiliation of being defeated by the crying demon. The battle continued, with the man who should have been feared as the demon lord now only able to dodge. Eventually, his luck ran out, and the demon caught him with its claws. At that critical moment, Daesung remembered how he had defeated this monster in the past. He had almost forgotten that he could summon his sword. Without hesitation, he called the sword into his hand and cut off the enemy's left claw with one swift slash. Then, without mercy, Daesung defeated the opponent and sent it back like an insect. After the mission ended, he returned to his hospital room. Morning had already come. He opened the window, and the sound woke his mother. Still half asleep, she asked who was standing near the window. Then she froze in shock when she saw Daesung standing there, with the body of a trained athlete. The hospital staff in charge of his rehabilitation were speechless. According to their estimate, recovery should have taken at least 6 months. It was hard to believe that Daesung had reached this condition in only 15 days. His mother was still worried, but the doctor reassured her that there was nothing to fear. Meanwhile, Daesung felt the results of all the missions he had completed. He realized that his strength had increased dramatically. As his power began returning, he stretched his body and looked around, until he noticed his mother speaking with a nurse. Tears flowed from his mother's eyes as she thanked the nurse for supporting her and understanding her hardship. Seeing that scene, Daesung realized just how heavy the last 10 years had been for his mother. His heart filled with emotion. Clenching his fist, he silently promised himself that he would protect her. Now that he had returned, Daesung went into the bathroom and shouted, "Pantheon!" In an instant, his soul was transported back to the Pantheon. When he arrived, he asked, "Can the system speed up the implementation?" The system answered that it could and gave him a choice of difficulty levels for a random mission. Remembering himself as the Demon Lord, Daesung immediately chose the highest difficulty, Hell level. In response, a dark orb appeared in front of him. When the orb shattered, the scene before him made him freeze. Standing there was the absolute ruler of Hell, a perfect copy of Daesung at full strength. Calmly, Daesung summoned his sword. Excited to face the battle, his copy wasted no time and immediately attacked with a vicious downward slash. The weakened Daesung could barely block it as he felt an overwhelming pressure crushing down on him. The copy kept attacking from every direction, searching for an opening in his defense. Pushed back by the terrifying power of his opponent, Daesung realized that the longer this fight continued, the worse things would become for him. Suddenly, the copy found an opening and landed a punch that sent Daesung flying. As he struggled to breathe, Daesung muttered that the copy felt exactly like the real version of himself, but the faint smile on his face showed that he still had one final card left. Ready to turn the situation around, he activated blood neutralization, making his body immune to the copy's attacks. Even when the sword cut into him, he felt nothing. Daesung immediately reversed the situation by slamming the copy's face into the ground. But his advantage did not last long. Shockingly, the copy had the same skill. The battle heated up again, and Daesung was eventually stabbed by the sword. The pain reminded him of how much was at stake in this fight. Meanwhile, a janitor approached the bathroom and was about to open the door because there had been no answer from inside. But just as his hand touched the handle, he was called to the third floor. Inside the Pantheon, Daesung felt trapped. The weight of defeat began to haunt his mind, and he knew that if he lost now, all his hard work would be wasted. Desperation began filling his thoughts as he searched for a way to turn the battle around, even if he had to rely on luck. He quickly opened his inventory and took out a nutritional tonic, one of the rewards from his missions. The potion could restore 20% of his stamina. When he realized that 5 bottles would be enough to fully recover, hope returned to him. Without hesitation, he drank 1 bottle and felt the recovery spread throughout his body. The copy attacked again, but this time Daesung immediately countered with a fearless punch. Even though his condition was still unstable, the attack sent the copy flying, and his confidence began to return. Without wasting time, he took out 2 more tonics and drank them immediately. But the copy did not stay still. It nearly hit him with a powerful kick. With agile movement, Daesung dodged and drank the 3rd tonic. The battle continued without pause. Strike after strike came at a speed almost impossible for the eye to follow. In the middle of the fight, Daesung drank the 4th tonic. But even as his condition improved, he still could not defeat the copy. Then the copy caught him in a chokehold. A cruel smile appeared on the enemy's face as it pointed the sword toward Daesung. As his final move, Daesung executed a clever plan to completely reverse the situation. The copy's muscular abdomen was pierced by Daesung's sword. The enemy was stunned when its own weapon disappeared into Daesung's inventory. With a sly smile, Daesung mocked the copy for being too confident. As the copy fell to its knees, victory was finally achieved at the very last second. After the Hell-level mission was completed, a glowing blue window appeared. It announced that the implementation rate had reached 100% and that Daesung's body had returned to its best condition. As a bonus, he also gained the ability to use the system of Hell on Earth. Suddenly, his hospital clothes tore apart. As he looked at his body covered in old battle scars, memories from the past resurfaced. They reminded him of every bit of suffering he had endured and filled him with a strange feeling of déjà vu. But when he ordered the system to return him to Earth, a panel appeared asking whether he wanted to read unread messages. When he chose yes, the message congratulated him for becoming the monarch. It explained that after the monarch left, celestial beings took over Hell and trapped the demons. After understanding the situation, Daesung laughed at the hell that had stolen 80 years of his life, and now they were asking for help. With a sarcastic smile, the ruler of hell made a crude gesture toward his former subordinates and cursed them with complete satisfaction. Then he ordered the system to exit the pantheon, leaving the monsters in hell to realize that their fate had already been sealed. Back in the hospital, Daesung was doing one-handed push-ups while standing upside down. His mother and the doctor could only stare in shock. With the analysis of someone like Sherlock Holmes, the doctor concluded that Daesung had awakened. But his mother still found it hard to believe such a drastic change. Even though the doctor looked calm, she still wanted to know how all of this had happened. In the end, the doctor suggested visiting the Awakened Association. Daesung overheard that suggestion. The scene shifted to a taxi where Daesung sat with his mother. As he remembered the conversation with the doctor, he began to suspect that his mother was hiding something from him. Confused, he looked out the window wondering what had happened on Earth while he was in a coma. When they arrived home, his mother said she would be right back and left for a moment. Daesung was shocked when he saw a girl with cotton candy-colored hair taking money from a drawer. He tried to remember who this mysterious girl was. At that exact moment, his mother rushed back in, breaking the awkward tension. She explained that the girl was Jisoo, his younger sister. Only then did he realize that the girl he did not recognize was his own sibling. When his mother saw Jisoo taking money again, she was clearly upset. But Jisoo ignored her and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Daesung remained frozen because he could not recognize the only younger sister he had. As Jisoo walked past him, she bitterly reminded him that the last 10 years had been hell for both her and their mother. Daesung lowered his head, overwhelmed with guilt because he had been unable to do anything to help them. When Jisoo was about to leave, their mother at least asked her to say where she was going. Suddenly, a loud noise grabbed everyone's attention. The debt collectors had returned. They threatened to enter if the door was not opened. The countdown began, and the atmosphere instantly went silent. But Daesung was filled with rage and ready to strike back. Unable to wait any longer, the man in the silver suit kicked the door. Daesung's mother begged her daughter to come back, but Jisoo was not intimidated. The man in the silver suit glanced at his partner, unsure whether they should break the door down. Unexpectedly, Jisoo stepped outside and complained that they were being too loud. Without saying much, the man immediately realized that Jisoo was the daughter of the woman who owed them money. Taking advantage of the situation, he barged into the house. Meanwhile, his partner looked at Jisoo in a disgusting way. Their mother trembled violently as she apologized and took money out of her bag. But a moment later, the money flew into the air when the man in the silver suit slapped her hard because the amount was not enough. Her weak body fell to the floor. Seeing how his mother was treated, Daesung's anger exploded. With one punch, he sent the man in the silver suit flying. The ugly, heavy-set thug asked what had just happened. The silver-suited man who had acted so arrogant before was now crying in fear. The fat thug could only stand frozen in place. Daesung, however, thanked them for coming to him on their own. After a little mockery, he grabbed the thug by the jaw. Without hesitation, Daesung punched his face over and over again. Not 5 times, not 10 times, 100 times, until the huge man collapsed to the floor in agony. Covered in wounds and blood, the thug noticed a wooden chair and desperately grabbed it to fight back. But Daesung destroyed the chair with a single punch and threw it against the wall, sending it crashing beside the other man. In panic, the silver-suited man pulled out a knife and tried to intimidate him. Daesung remained calm. He caught the man's wrist and twisted it brutally as payback for what he had done to his mother. The man screamed in pain while clutching his useless hand. The fat thug warned Daesung that he would not walk away from this safely. But with an aura more savage than both of them combined, Daesung gave a simple answer. "Leave no witnesses." Just as he was about to finish them off, he stopped when his mother screamed. She begged him to stop. The 2 debt collectors immediately ran away while crying. They returned to their car with trembling bodies, unable to believe that someone who had been in a coma for 10 years could become that strong. The silver-suited man was anxious because they had failed the job and asked what they should do while treating his injury. The fat thug tried to change the subject, but he was immediately cut off. When Jisoo returned home, their mother explained that after Daesung fell into a coma, their house and store had been sold. She continued by saying that after the money ran out, she had no choice but to borrow from 3 different loan companies. Unlike the original amount, the interest kept increasing until it became a massive debt that was almost impossible to repay. Curious about Jisoo, Daesung learned that his younger sister had dropped out of school and started working at a restaurant to help pay off the debt. With tears in her eyes, their mother explained how Jisoo had worked day and night for the family without stopping. Daesung gritted his teeth. His sister should never have had to leave school. Their mother explained that even though they had tried their hardest, their income was still not enough. And in the last few months, Jisoo had often gone to places no one knew about. Daesung's heart felt crushed as he saw how much his family had suffered. For a moment, he even thought it might have been better if he had never returned to life. But his mother gently calmed him down. The heavy silence was suddenly broken by a phone call. When Daesung learned that the caller was one of the debt collectors, he asked for the phone. Annoyed, he mocked them. But his expression changed when he heard the bad news. The scene shifted to Jisoo, bound and gagged. The fat thug pressed her head down while speaking to Daesung over the phone. He threatened him, saying that if he wanted his sister to live, he had to prepare a large amount of money within 24 hours. Furious, Daesung gripped the phone tightly. When his mother asked what had happened, he only said he would be back. His mother warned him not to hurt or kill anyone, because if he did, his life would be over. But Daesung knew that killing would not solve the problem. Not like it did in hell. The moment he mentioned hell, a flaming panel suddenly appeared. He reassured his mother and promised that he would not commit a crime. Then Daesung accepted the offer to obtain a basic skill. Looking at the four choices, he considered which one would be best. But in the end, none of them seemed especially impressive. Meanwhile, the gangsters continued dragging Jisoo away as she cried. Inside the elevator, the fat thug reminded her that she was nothing more than a hostage. Suddenly, sparks of electricity appeared, and the lights went out. The elevator stopped. When the thug noticed sparks near his feet, he was shocked as Daesung suddenly appeared. With a sarcastic tone, Daesung said he had brought the money. Daesung had chosen the skill Shadow Spectre. This ability allowed him to summon a shadow in the form of a target after obtaining that target's blood. After finding his target, the specter slammed the silver-suited man's head into the elevator door. The fat thug panicked when he realized Daesung was an awakened one. Jisoo was shocked as well, but the specter pretended not to care. The fat thug staggered out and shouted that an awakened had attacked them. Before he could say anything else, a fast punch knocked him unconscious. Realizing that their territory had been invaded, the gangsters immediately pulled out their weapons. The specter faced them with a threatening aura. One of them stepped forward to attack. But in an instant, Daesung moved behind him and kicked him down. With incredible speed, Daesung destroyed the mafia group. As the only one left standing, he approached Jisoo and checked her condition. He quickly untied her and removed the gag, then told her to go home. But Jisoo was worried about her brother. Calmly, Daesung told her he would follow after finishing his business. As the elevator door closed, the specter prepared for the next battle. Screams of pain echoed through the hallway as unconscious bodies lay scattered everywhere. Daesung climbed the stairs, clearing each floor one by one. When he approached a group of gangsters smoking, he mocked them for being so weak that they were boring him. The gangsters lost their temper, but just like the others, they were all defeated. One of them called their boss, a massive man covered in tattoos. The man answered while scolding his subordinate for interrupting him while he was relaxing in the sauna. But because the situation was urgent, they begged him to come immediately. The order only made him angrier. But when he heard his subordinate fall, he realized something serious had happened. He stood up and clenched his fist, crushing his phone. At the gang's headquarters, bloodied bodies covered the floor. Shadow Spectre walked toward another member who begged not to suffer the same fate. Suddenly, a wall exploded. Daesung turned and saw the giant man holding his face before slamming his head into the floor. The boss showed his fury over the chaos that had taken place. During the fight, Daesung realized that his mother and sister had not seemed surprised by his strength. He began to understand that there were other people like him in this world. With Shadow Spectre, he could move safely. The boss was shocked to see Daesung standing again as if nothing had happened. The Spectre wondered if the man was also awakened. The boss smiled proudly and promised to send Daesung to hell. Hearing that familiar word, Daesung stared sharply at his opponent as the man's body grew larger and larger until his clothes tore apart. But Daesung did not care about the enemy's size. He struck him directly and mocked him, saying that power like that meant nothing. The boss refused to accept defeat and stood up to counterattack, but he was immediately kicked in the face. A storm of attacks rained down on his body as Daesung explained what true hell really meant. Meanwhile, the giant man only wanted to survive. He begged for time and asked Daesung to stop. With his mind completely broken, he offered money and everything he owned in exchange for his life. When Daesung heard the word money, he became interested. He asked where the gang kept their cash. After showing him a cabinet with a safe inside, the boss ran away crying toward a white car in the parking lot. Thinking he was safe, he began planning his revenge. But then Daesung appeared behind him and whispered that he had forgotten to ask for the safe's password. Fear immediately swallowed the boss as the specter haunted him again, telling him that he could be found anytime. Not long after that, money appeared from a portal in front of Daesung. The amount was more than enough. Daesung smiled with satisfaction as he imagined what he could buy with it. He went to a shopping mall and became interested in the latest foldable phone. The seller said the price was around 2.99 million won. Curious, Daesung also looked at another model that resembled a Samsung Z Flip. The seller offered an installment plan, but Daesung simply placed 5 million won on the counter and bought both phones immediately. The seller accepted the money with a suspicious expression. Daesung returned home and placed the items down without much concern. When his mother called him to eat with them, he replied that he had to go out again before she could even ask where he was going. Then he disappeared. In truth, his friend had invited him to dinner at a restaurant. Chang'o was shocked when he saw Daesung's transformation, because his body had changed drastically since their meeting only a few days earlier. The two began eating and sharing drinks. Chang'o started the conversation by asking about Daesung's plans for the future. He reminded him that they were no longer school kids living without responsibility. Daesung changed the subject and asked how many apartments someone could buy with 500 million won. Chang'o was stunned and asked whether Daesung really had that much money. But he quickly shifted into talking about current inflation. He explained that, unfortunately, that amount would only be enough to rent a simple apartment on the outskirts. This explanation made the demon lord uneasy. Then with concern, he asked how much it would cost to buy a place in the city. Chang'o said it would cost at least 2 billion won. Then he told Daesung to relax, reminding him that the world had changed a lot during his coma. Changing the topic, Chang'o directly asked whether Daesung had awakened. Daesung answered that, before he could confirm that, he needed to understand what awakening actually meant. As they left the restaurant, Chang'o explained everything from the beginning. He said that not long after Daesung fell into a coma, mysterious portals began appearing in various places. They were called gates. At first, the portals seemed like minor threats that could still be controlled. But everything changed when monsters came out of the gates and flooded the earth during an event known as a gate fracture. The monsters caused destruction without sparing anyone they encountered. Humanity fought back, but soon realized that ordinary weapons were useless against those creatures. Curious, Daesung interrupted and asked whether even guns or cannons could not hurt them. Chang'o confirmed that normal weapons did not work. He then explained that, over time, humanity discovered a new type of weapon called aura weapons. These weapons, created from monster byproducts, proved effective against the creatures. Those who could use them became the awakened, the heroes who led humanity in the face of extinction. Trying to show off, the demon lord took out his modern foldable phone from his inventory to impress Chang'o. But his confidence collapsed when he learned that phones like that were now given out for free. Realizing he had been scammed and filled with shame, Daesung decided to hide the truth. He chose not to tell his friend how much he had actually paid. Chang'o returned to the topic of awakened people and told Daesung that even without using aura weapons, an awakened could still use aura to strengthen their body. He also mentioned that he had heard about Daesung's improved physical condition and how he had scared a group of thugs. With a bit of arrogance, Daesung asked Chang'o whether he would still give him money and treat him the same way if he were not awakened. It sounded as if he planned to take advantage of their friendship. Chang'o's emotions began to rise. But before the argument could grow, a gate fracture opened above them, and monsters began pouring out. As the monsters slammed their wooden weapons into the ground, the earth shook like an earthquake. The overwhelming power sent waves of fear through nearby civilians, making them tremble in terror. The monsters growled threateningly, triggering panic among the humans as they ran for their lives. But Daesung did not recognize these creatures. They were clearly different from anything he had seen in hell. Without wasting time, Daesung stomped the ground, shattered part of the road, and threw the debris at the monster. But before the rubble could hit the target, a glowing shield appeared and blocked the attack. Chango told Daesung that fighting that way would not work against those creatures. As one monster approached, Chango closed his eyes, certain they were finished. But the sound of blood splashing forced him to open his eyes again. The monster had been decapitated. Daesung stood tall, proving through raw power that a bare-handed attack could bring the creature down. Chango could hardly believe what he was seeing. But as he watched Daesung easily slaughter a group of monsters, he began wondering whether his friend had awakened at a B-rank level. Then he realized this was not the time to think about that. His focus shifted to protecting the civilians as the panic continued to spread. He shouted for the frightened crowd to follow him, assuring them that he knew a safe route through the sewer system. When the people began to respond, they suddenly found themselves surrounded by monsters. A terrified little girl cried. And just as an attack was about to reach her, Chango moved quickly and saved her at the last second. Daesung used that opening to kill the monster. With a mocking smile, he teased Chango for getting in his way, then suggested that he find somewhere to hide since he was still exposed outside. Chango took control of the situation and immediately led the evacuation, directing people towards safety. Meanwhile, a young blogger took advantage of the moment and began live streaming Daesung fighting the monsters alone. The viewers were glued to the broadcast, cheering for Daesung's courage. Suddenly, the blogger shouted a warning for Daesung to look behind him. But it was already too late. The Demon King was sent flying and crashed into a car after being hit by a monster. The impact echoed through the chaos. The blogger smiled slyly and laughed, focusing only on the content. He knew that a scene of a hero getting hit would attract a huge number of viewers. On the other side, the crowd successfully escaped through the underground passage. Chango reunited the little girl with her mother, who immediately hugged her tightly while crying and apologizing for getting separated. A man turned to Chango and asked whether he was going back. That question made him hesitate. He was torn, knowing his friend was still outside fighting monsters. The scene shifted back to Daesung, who was now cornered by the monsters. One of them smiled, ready to attack. Meanwhile, the vlogger closed his eyes, thinking the hero was finished. But against all expectations, Daesung dodged with agility. Then he looked at the monster and thanked it for helping restore some of his mana. In return, he offered it a painless death in a calm but terrifying voice. The Demon King fought without mercy, slaughtering the monsters with precision. Meanwhile, the live stream comments filled with complaints about the poor video quality and demands for the camera to move closer. Among the viewers, someone named Slayer donated 5 million won. He promised another 5 million if the blogger could capture a clear shot of Daesung fighting. The tension rose for both the vlogger and Daesung, who continued battling without pause. When the vlogger heard about the 5 million won donation, chills ran through his body. He felt excited, but fear stopped him from moving closer. Meanwhile, Daesung kept beheading monsters with powerful attacks. At the same time, he realized that non-stop fighting was consuming a large amount of mana. Another viewer commented, offering even more money for a clearer image and asking for the blogger's contact information. Flooded with sponsorship notifications, the vlogger felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. Caught between his desire for popularity and his fear of dying, he accepted another 20 million won donation from someone requesting information about the hero with the promise of additional payment. The scene shifted to several live stream viewers who were now bidding against each other for information about Daesung. The leaders of famous clans found him interesting and powerful. Their interest grew as they watched his abilities and imagined how his strength could be used. Meanwhile, Daesung had defeated so many monsters that the remaining ones began trembling in fear. One creature, likely their leader, even killed its own subordinate without hesitation as it prepared to face him. On the other side, the vlogger's greed for money kept growing until he became willing to take greater risks. When he finally gathered the courage to move closer for a better shot, Chango suddenly appeared and startled him. Chango asked why he had not evacuated yet. The shock caused the blogger's phone to fall, and the viewers immediately flooded the comments with insults, calling him a loser and a coward. Chango then dragged the blogger toward a safe building, but the blogger kept struggling because he could only think about money and viewers. As he was being pulled away, a monster approached and crushed his phone. The blogger fainted in shock. Before things could get worse, Daesung appeared and instantly decapitated the monster. After clearing the remaining monsters, Daesung turned to Chango and asked why he had come back despite the danger. Chango admitted that he was worried. He said he had been seriously concerned about Daesung. Daesung then asked whether his friend could wait for 20 minutes, explaining that he had somewhere he needed to go. Chango tried to calm him down, saying the clans would arrive soon. Seeing the confusion on his friend's face, Daesung promised to explain everything later. After that, he entered the Pantheon. Chango could only stare in confusion as he watched Daesung open a portal. He wondered how Daesung could open a gate by himself, and what had really happened since they last met. After entering the Pantheon, the Demon King looked irritated. He was annoyed by the state of his body after a battle that had not even been that serious. A panel appeared showing that his mana was down to only 10%. Unhappy with such a low amount, he began searching for a way to recover his power quickly. Not long after, he realized that to restore his strength, he had to relive experiences recorded in his diary. Each reward would reflect the trial he had once overcome. A wave of déjà vu rushed through his mind as memories from the diary resurfaced. That diary had once kept him sane during his time in hell. Without hesitation, he accepted the trial. A diary appeared in front of him. A massive burst of energy erupted from the book, marking the beginning of the challenge. Painful memories filled Daesung's mind again as the diary released its contents in a blaze of fire. The bitter taste of suffering returned with every memory. Determined to increase his mana, the ruler of hell ordered the system to recreate page 16. That page recorded 5 full years of suffering in hell. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Chango was escorting the young vlogger, who awkwardly tried to dig for information about his hero. Casually, the kid asked where the great monster hunter had gone. Unimpressed, Chango gave the cowardly boy a judgmental look. In his mind, he wondered why anyone would pay millions of won just for a picture of his friend's face. The kid pretended not to know anything, but their conversation was interrupted by a thunderous sound that made their bodies tremble. Chango calmly signaled for the boy to follow him quietly toward the evacuation group. When he felt his phone vibrate, Chango checked the message. It was from his team leader saying that because it was the weekend, reinforcements would be delayed. The message urged him to escape as quickly as possible. Anxiety filled Chango as he read the news. All he could do was hope that his best friend, the demon hunter, would return before it was too late. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Daesung returned to the time when he had been trapped in the forest of predators. A gentle wind brushed against his body, but the silence around him created an unsettling tension. A panel appeared, telling him that he had to defeat 10 white colossi, divine creatures that lived in the forest. Still confused, the Demon King in his weaker state wondered where the enemy was. He did not notice the massive shadow above him. The machine had already locked onto its target. The creature's eyes glowed a deep red before it fired a blinding beam of energy. Sensing the danger just in time, Daesung narrowly dodged the attack and avoided being incinerated. Through the thick fog, he finally saw the white colossus named Rickus. As he assessed the divine creation, the creature's hands suddenly shot toward him, cutting through the air like a drill. Without fear, Daesung counterattacked. His fist slammed into the automaton's hard metal face. The crushing blow was absorbed, but it still forced the giant machine to stagger backward. In one desperate final attempt, the machine extended its fingers like sharp blades, trapping him from all sides. But Daesung dodged every projectile with ease. Then he launched a powerful punch straight into its abdomen. The force of the attack tore through the machine from top to bottom, leaving only smoke and debris behind. As he paused and waited for the next challenger, his eyes fell on a strange red core among the ruins. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Chango and the young vlogger reached the rooftop. There, they immediately witnessed a horrifying scene. Broken bodies were scattered everywhere. With dread, Chango spotted an injured man who was still alive. The two quickly checked his condition. The victim's lips trembled as he tried to warn them about the threat behind them. Confused, Chango turned around. A giant goblin stood right behind them, holding a massive wooden club. Worried about the injured man, the vlogger suggested moving him. Chango rejected the idea and said the man's time was already up. He warned the boy not to move recklessly. The cowardly kid slowly turned his head and saw the threat for himself. It was better not to make him panic all at once. When the boy froze, Chango snapped him back to his senses, telling him to wake up if he did not want to die. With an ear-splitting roar, the giant monster leaped into the air, ready to crush them. Meanwhile, back in the Pantheon, the ruler of hell examined the large red orb. It turned out that the divine machine could rebuild itself, becoming stronger and more adaptive against its opponent. Several panels appeared, explaining this annoying ability. Quickly understanding the situation, Daesung jumped and struck the core, but the attack bounced off as if he had hit jelly. When the recovery progress reached 3%, he landed on top of the core with an irritated expression. He threw a powerful punch full of anger, but it only created tiny sparks of red lightning. Even under the Demon King's relentless attacks, the core's recovery continued without interruption. Still, he remained calm. As the recovery approached 70%, error alarms began ringing. Just as Daesung prepared to deliver the final blow, a laser shot past him. The attack barely missed. When he turned around, he realized he had been surrounded by robots from the very beginning. The Colossi launched coordinated attacks from every direction, but Daesung dodged them all with incredible agility. That was when he realized how serious the situation had become. Worse, the machine's body was almost 98% complete. Even so, the ruler of hell did not give up. Through the chaotic storm of lasers, he broke through toward the core and destroyed it at the very last second. Annoyed by the unfair fight, Daesung searched his memories for a solution. But before he could think any further, a sharp headache struck him. Fortunately, with a small amount of narrative protection, the robots ignored him while he awakened the memories of his past experience. Then he came up with a plan to give those ugly machines the beating they deserved. Back on Earth, Chango and the vlogger ran desperately while the monster continued chasing them. They split up strategically, forcing the creature to hesitate over which one to pursue. Their plan was to return to a building where the larger, uglier cousin of the Hulk would not be able to follow them. Even though the monster stretched out its huge arm to catch them, they managed to escape and earn a brief moment to breathe. When the creature finally gave up, Chango used the opportunity to run as far away as possible. Meanwhile, in the other dimension, Daesung kept jumping and dodging between the divine machines, narrowly avoiding laser attacks. His main goal was to create as much chaos as possible and draw the attention of every automaton nearby. Once he felt he had succeeded, he immediately ran away from the gathering of celestial machines. After landing in an empty area of the forest, he finally stopped. Then he allowed the enemies to lock onto him and charge their laser attacks. The others prepared to strike, but Daesung simply sat down calmly and made a rude gesture at the mindless machines. One by one, the machines began to fall as the swamp whale showed why the forest had earned its name. A massive jaw emerged from the ground and swallowed the divine machines one after another. The terrifying memory returned to life. The boy watched from a distance as the colossal creature finished the challenge. After 10 celestial beings were defeated, a congratulatory panel appeared. As a reward, Daesung received a new physical enhancement, additional mana, and the Dagger of Judgment. When the weapon appeared before him, he checked its special skill. The system explained that the dagger functioned like a drone within a 100-meter radius. It was an incredible birthday present. After testing his new weapon, the ruler of hell decided to return to Earth. The scene shifted to a news broadcast from the gate location. The anchor seriously reported on the tragic fracture that had taken many lives. She asked for the opinion of a pale-looking professor who seemed like the kind of person who always brings politics into every party. The professor pointed to the Awakened Association as the party responsible for the disaster. He commented that they took too many days off and only delayed problems whenever there was a shortage of hunters. He emphasized that gate fractures did not care whether hunters were vacationing in Hawaii or working. So in his opinion, the association had to take responsibility. Then a boy with tied-up hair was seen watching the news on his phone. Annoyed by the professor, he said that hunters from the association were paid far less than clan hunters. Hearing that complaint, the team leader told him to focus on the current results, or they might lose their jobs. The conversation stopped when breaking news appeared about an awakened person fighting monsters alone. Back at the disaster site, the vlogger and Chango hid inside a room while anxiously waiting for rescue. Suddenly, a loud sound drew their attention as the room began to shake. They tried to peek carefully, but before they could understand what was happening, the ceiling collapsed, terrifying them. Filled with fear, Chango wondered if their time had come. But it was only Daesung who was hungry. He stood triumphantly on top of the remains of a headless giant body. Chango felt relieved to see his friend at the moment they needed him most. Although the boy was in bad condition, he still managed a faint smile. Realizing something was wrong, Chango asked Daesung if he was okay while groaning in pain. The ruler of hell ordered the fast food worker boy to cook the meat. Both Chango and the vlogger could only stare in silence. The demon expert judged whether the monster meat was edible. Then he started devouring it, making the other two nearly vomit on empty stomachs. Fortunately, a soldier appeared, making the vlogger extremely happy because he thought they were finally saved. As Daesung enjoyed his meal, the soldier ignored the boy's thanks and admiration. Before the soldier realized that the food was actually monster guts, Chango stepped in and redirected his attention. He introduced his friend, then pulled the hungry Daesung away and told him to eat until he was full. A few moments later, the soldier's attitude changed. He explained that they could not leave yet. Chango proudly showed his clan card. Seeing the clan emblem, the soldier smiled and became ready to escort them to safety. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the boy with tied-up hair was busy throwing up. After seeing the monster's remains, the annoyed team leader ordered him to search for survivors. Instead of curling up in fear, the boy quickly convinced the soldiers to enter the restricted area because he was a hunter from the association. At the same time, the team leader wondered what kind of monster could destroy a body like that. The scene then shifted to the young men inside Chango's car. Daesung's best friend suggested that he stay overnight at his apartment. But as someone who cared about his family, Daesung insisted on seeing them. His friend reminded him that his family would be shocked if he returned in his current condition. After briefly looking at his own appearance, the ruler of hell decided to call his mother first. Then the two of them went to enjoy freshly cooked fried chicken. After cleaning himself up, they arrived at Chango's apartment. Daesung was amazed by how luxurious the place was. Once they settled in, the two sat at a table filled with expensive dishes. Curious, Daesung remembered that his friend had once talked about the incredible income hunters could make. Chango confirmed it, but he also said that hunters could almost be considered scammers when you looked at how much money they earned. When asked whether he wanted to become a hunter, Daesung only growled while devouring chicken. Slightly bothered, Chango said that if Daesung took an evaluation, he would definitely rank high. Now, he added that with that much power, Daesung would at least not be below a high rank. Confused by the terms, Chango explained that the higher the rank, the easier it was to join a major clan without conditions. He also added that the monthly income could be massive. Interested, Daesung asked whether there was a rank higher than A, and Chango explained that there were only 5 people in the entire world, out of 200 million awakened people, who had reached S rank. With a sly smile, Chango joked that Daesung should not dream of becoming the 6th one. He said reaching A rank would already be amazing. Then he asked again whether Daesung wanted to become a hunter. Daesung agreed. Chango promised to help him completely. Then the two best friends raised their glasses and celebrated the moment. The scene shifted to a group of mafia members eating at a luxurious restaurant. A strange man with long hair repeated his question to a bald gangster who looked absolutely terrified. He kept asking whether it was true that their entire organization had been destroyed by the young man in the robe shown on his tablet. Wiping his lips elegantly, the long-haired man laughed and said that it was extremely embarrassing. A brown-haired man, the manager of the Hongma clan named Lee Seu, stood up and asked why the bald gangster had come crying to him. Trembling, the bald man begged as Seu placed a hand on his shoulder with a cold stare. Then Seu asked whether he was shaking because of the corpse on the other side of the room. The gangster began sweating and nearly broke into tears. He begged not to be executed like the corpse lying nearby. While patting the bald man's head, Seu said that the only thing he cared about was the stolen money. He also made it clear that he would take over the secret hideout of the group. But the bald man was so terrified that he pretended not to know anything. In fear, he stayed silent as Seu decided his fate. Unexpectedly, the long-haired man walked away, saying that he believed the bald man. But not long after thanking him for the information, The bald man's head suddenly exploded in Sewu's hand. Sewu barely reacted to the blood spraying everywhere as he calmly took back his tablet. Showing a photo of Daesung, he ordered a woman hiding in the shadows to capture the culprit cleanly. Meanwhile, Daesung visited the Hunter Association. Chango suggested that he register for the awakening test. When Daesung ignored him, Chango reminded him to speak more formally so he would not look like a weirdo. Nervous like a father waiting for his child's exam results, Chango asked Daesung to send him a message once the results came out. As Daesung approached the main entrance, he saw a crowd of strange-looking people who had also come to register. Since he was focused only on the pay, he ignored everyone else and headed straight to Laboratory 3. After getting his place in line, he checked his phone and saw a message from his mother asking when he would come home. To avoid making her worry, Daesung casually replied that he would take a shower and then come home. His mother also asked whether he was eating properly, which made Daesung smile and made him want to return home even more. That warm moment was interrupted when an employee told him that his turn had arrived. Suddenly, an old man who looked mentally scattered began complaining that he had already awakened. Even though the staff assured him that the measuring device was working properly, the old man kept complaining loudly. He insisted that his hair suddenly falling out was proof that he had awakened. The people who had been annoyed by him burst into laughter. The stubborn old man said he would not leave until his complaint was acknowledged. Tired of waiting, Daesung grabbed the bald man's head and silenced him with a powerful aura. But the old man still insisted that the machine was broken. In the end, the kind-hearted Demon King gave him another chance, and one hunter offered to check the device himself. When the hunter placed his hand on the orb, it glowed and turned green, showing that he was C rank. Embarrassed, the old man began sweating heavily. The receptionist politely showed him the exit, making it clear that he had only humiliated himself. Even so, the old man continued to complain in denial, making Daesung feel uncomfortable. Finally, it was Daesung's turn. The receptionists began gossiping with each other about him. They thought he might be the highest-ranked candidate of the day after sensing his terrifying aura. But he ignored the conversation and lightly tapped one of them on the head. With the full support of the friendly female employee, Daesung approached the manometer. Then chaos suddenly erupted inside the Korean Hunter Association. With commotion everywhere, the branch manager received an emergency call directing him to Examination Room 3 on the 6th floor. Immediately suspicious of the sudden call, he wondered whether a 6th S-rank hunter had awakened, but he quickly dismissed that thought as impossible. When he arrived on the 6th floor, he headed to Examination Room 3 and found a crowd gathered there. Pushing through the people, he finally saw the cause of the chaos. The measuring crystal ball had cracked like an eggshell. The manager became agitated and demanded an explanation from the staff. The staff quickly reported that a man named Daesung had placed his hand on the crystal ball for the test. At first, the color inside the orb flickered irregularly. Then suddenly, the device exploded into smoke, leaving both the staff and spectators confused. The manager grew frustrated and insisted that the measuring device was probably just defective. But the staff explained that they had used 3 different crystal measuring devices, and every single one ended the same way. After hearing that, the manager finally accepted that there was no way all of them were broken. Meanwhile, Daesung waited nervously, hoping he would not be asked to pay for the 3 crystal balls he had destroyed. With that concern in mind, he approached the manager and asked about his result, only to see confusion on the man's face. The manager told Daesung that using more measuring devices would most likely cause the same explosions. He said this was the first time they had ever faced such a strange situation. Because of that, they would have to make a decision based on the limits of their system. In cases where the crystal ball could not give an accurate evaluation, the license exam result would be enough to determine the rank. Usually, the exam was only part of the ranking process, but for Daesung, it would become the only determining factor. Still uncertain, Daesung questioned whether the license exam was reliable. Before anyone else could answer, a staff member interrupted and explained the examination system to ease his concerns. With no choice but to wait, Daesung nodded and accepted the proposal. Then he left calmly. The branch manager found the entire situation deeply concerning. He was still trying to understand what had actually happened. Meanwhile, the female employee who had explained the crystal ball's mechanism earlier offered a theory. She suggested that the crystal might be unable to measure power beyond a certain limit. Growing even more curious, the manager asked if she was suggesting that Daesung could be Triple S rank. The employee nodded. But her coworker laughed at the idea, saying that even though anything could happen in this unpredictable world, he seriously doubted Daesung had reached Triple S rank. Daesung left the Hunter Association building while still thinking about what had happened. Then his phone rang. It was Chango. Daesung said that, for now, he had been given a borderline status. Confused, Chango asked, "Did the measuring device get stuck?" In a casual tone, Daesung explained that the device had actually broken for some reason. Knowing Daesung's tendency to cause chaos, Chango jokingly asked if he had made a scene. But he quickly dismissed the idea because it seemed impossible. Daesung assured Chango that he had followed the instructions exactly. He had only placed his hand on the measuring device just as he had been told. Chango replied that he had a feeling something strange would happen from the beginning. Daesung promised to explain more later. Then the call ended. Not long after hanging up, Daesung's sharp senses activated. He immediately detected a sniper in the distance, with a finger on the trigger and a weapon aimed directly at him. The sniper muttered about Daesung. The target did not look strong. She believed she could finish him off with a single bullet. Although his power seemed different, right before pulling the trigger, she sensed something was wrong. She was shocked to realize that she had been detected. That should have been impossible. No hunter had ever detected her before. Daesung pointed to his own head and gestured for her to pay close attention. The sniper began to feel afraid, not only because she had been discovered, but also because Daesung's voice could reach her from such a long distance. She trembled but quickly calmed herself and fired. An explosion rang out. The sniper felt satisfied, convinced that she had killed the target. But when the smoke cleared, Daesung was still standing without a single wound. Even an aura bullet had been completely ineffective. Overwhelmed with fear, she began considering retreat. But just as she turned to run, Daesung threw a dagger that pierced her leg and caused her to stumble. When she looked back, the target was already standing right in front of her, like a scene from a horror movie. Daesung pretended to comment that the bullet had hit his head, but it still could not kill him. The sniper quickly pulled out a pistol, aimed it at him, and demanded to know where he had come from. Daesung simply told her the truth. He came from hell, but the woman could not accept that reality. Filled with fear and anxiety, she fired several aura bullets at Daesung, hoping to see him fall. Then he suddenly appeared behind her. His sudden presence shocked her. She could not understand it because she had been certain the target had already gone down. But he was still standing there. Daesung grabbed the woman by the neck, choked her, and slammed her body into the wall. Using his power, he wrapped her body in a heavy and terrifying demonic substance. As the woman's consciousness began to fade, Daesung made it clear that he had no intention of killing her. He took the bullets and searched through her belongings for clues. Then he placed one of the bullets on top of her head. That action forced her back to consciousness. Covered in sweat, the woman screamed. She was overwhelmed by the disgusting hands emerging from the creature created by Daesung's power. Daesung then acted like a gangster boss and demanded that she answer every question calmly if she wanted to live. When he saw a family photo among her belongings, he asked who had sent her to kill him and his family. Overcome with anxiety, the woman realized she could not reveal anything about the Hongma clan. Then she suddenly remembered a gangster who had gone missing. She used that opportunity and mentioned his name. She told Daesung that Kim Seong-hun was the one who had sent her. She explained that Kim Seong-hun was the small-time thug Daesung had beaten at the loan organization. She also said that the man had stolen a safe to learn the location of a certain place. Begging for freedom, she hoped he would let her go. But Daesung responded by shooting her. The bullet pierced her shoulder. The woman said she had done everything he asked and told him everything. Daesung maintained his gangster-like attitude. He said it was highly suspicious for an assassin to give up sensitive information so easily. Hearing that, the woman began to hesitate. Fear filled her mind as she realized her mistake. She had rushed too much. Daesung asked again in a calmer voice, "Who ordered the assassination?" In her heart, the woman realized that her mission had already failed. Even if she survived this situation, the psychotic leader of the Hongma clan would definitely kill her. Knowing death was unavoidable, she shouted that she would never reveal the information. Even if asked one more time, she tried to take her own life. But before she could do it, Daesung fired the bullet. The shot created a massive hole in her body. The assassin coughed blood, collapsed, and died. Daesung felt annoyed that he had failed to discover who was truly behind everything. He stared at the lifeless body, thinking about how to dispose of it. Then he remembered an item he owned that might be useful, but he looked reluctant to use it. Instead, he searched through the memories in his diary for something related to the keyword death. After checking 134 pages, he opened a portal to the Pantheon. He knew that the area should have been restricted because of the gate fracture nearby. Even so, he decided to hide the body. After covering the corpse with a blue cloth, he entered the Pantheon. As soon as Daesung entered the Pantheon, he was greeted by the system. He asked it to reconstruct page 134 from his diary, the page that recorded the Prison of Souls. As the memories unfolded, Daesung remembered that the Prison of Souls was the main weapon of one of the 15 rulers of Hell, the Ghost King. He also remembered the battle that had taken place long ago. The weapon he had obtained back then was an artifact capable of summoning the dead after absorbing their blood. At first, he thought it would be extremely useful, but the commanders he summoned turned out to be too weak to be of any real value. Still, as he recalled the 198th day of his 7th year in Hell, he realized that the artifact could be used to dispose of a corpse. Daesung stood before the River of Souls. He remembered that the Ghost King's territory was located across the river. The last time he had seen that river, there had been a boat to cross it, but this time there was nothing. For a moment he considered swimming. Then he immediately realized that was impossible. Touching the water even once would cause his body to disintegrate. As he thought about how to cross the river, the first stage of the mission began. Many heavenly creatures resembling insects rushed toward him. They were called white pillars. They began throwing poisonous mud balls at Daesung. Daesung dodged the attacks with ease. He briefly wondered whether defeating these monsters would reward him with a boat. Then he drew his weapon and cut down one of the insects. When it died, the creature exploded and released countless poison bombs. Each explosion was like a poisonous bullet. Daesung decided not to dodge. He blocked the attacks with a simple barrier, but he quickly found this method too slow and boring. With intense focus, he began taking down the insects one by one. He immediately targeted another creature that approached him, then shot forward. With ease, he eliminated the remaining insects and cut them apart without difficulty. When the mission was completed, he received 50% implementation progress and obtained armor called the Blessing of Parasites. The armor's status showed that the wearer was immune to the energy of the dead. That gave him a clear hint. He could swim across without wasting time. Daesung equipped the armor and crossed the river by swimming. A notification appeared, informing the demon lord that his swimming ability was admired by the beast demon in the Pantheon. The beast demon also apologized for being unable to help more. That only made Daesung more annoyed. He quickly arrived in the Ghost King's territory and was shocked to discover that the undead castle had disappeared. Another notification appeared, with the beast demon apologizing again for the missing castle. That only irritated Daesung even further. He began wondering whether completing a few side missions would bring him back to the castle. At that moment, a tall structure called the Celestial Obelisk appeared before him, with a door at its base. When he wondered when the next mission would begin, the system window opened. It ordered him to eliminate 1,000 celestial creatures within 2 hours to complete the second mission. As soon as the message appeared, a monster materialized in front of the demon lord. Daesung immediately recognized it as a general commander. Mistaking Daesung for a demon, the creature ordered the monsters to kneel before their master. Another notification appeared, saying that the beast demon regretted the betrayal of their former allies. As the monsters rushed toward him, Daesung slaughtered several of them, but he noticed that they had no cores. He wondered if the architectural pillar was causing this anomaly. Then he activated blood neutralization and transformed into a human-demon hybrid. His stats increased, and the power of his skills rose by 300%. With that strength, he moved quickly and destroyed a large group of generals as he passed through them. But as he approached the pillar, he realized it would be more effective to destroy it from the inside. He ran toward the door, entered the tower, and killed anyone who blocked his path. In seconds, the entire structure collapsed. As the tower fell, the coreless demons disintegrated and vanished into the air. With that, the second mission ended, and the implementation of the soul prison was complete. He received 2 orbs as a reward. One was purple, the other was orange. He guessed that one was the actual reward, while the other was an implementation item. He took the purple orb first and examined it with satisfaction. It was the weapon he had been looking for. The item granted 3 skills. The first skill allowed him to imprison a dead target. The second allowed him to resurrect that target. And the third gave him the ability to see the target's memories. Even though his main goal was to collect corpses and obtain information, he felt disappointed because the artifact could only imprison 20 souls at a time. Then he picked up the other orb. It turned out to be a rune of expansion. Daesung took the rune and engraved it into the soul prison artifact. The capacity increased from 20 souls to 100. That was enough for his current needs. Satisfied, he took the soul prison and decided to leave the Pantheon, since his goal had been achieved. But suddenly, the beast demon sent another message, warning him to be careful. Daesung considered them a nuisance. A golden panel appeared in front of him, but he ignored it, deciding it was a waste of time. He was not interested in whatever it had to offer. Ignoring the beast demon's meaningless riddle, he exited the Pantheon. When he returned to the place where he had left the sniper's body, he realized the corpse was gone. A dead body could not walk away on its own. No, something had taken it. Tired, Daesung decided to go home. When he entered, his younger sister looked at him and said he was late. She pointed out that the rice soup had already started to get cold. She called him inside and warmed the soup again. They began eating together. His mother turned off the television. Daesung opened the conversation by saying that the world had changed so much. His mother, worried, admitted that she had not told him everything because she did not want to shock him. She apologized, saying she felt useless. Daesung comforted her and thanked her for staying alive. Then he asked if they wanted anything. His mother blushed and offered him more soup. After lunch, Daesung contacted Chango and said he would be absent. Chango asked, "Is this because of the license exam?" The demon lord answered that this was training and that he had found a bug he needed to investigate. His friend did not understand what he meant. Daesung asked Chango to protect his family while he drew attention to himself in order to lure out the person behind the female assassin. The scene shifted to the Hongma clan building, where they were discussing how to handle the new hunter. After hearing that the B-rank assassin had been slaughtered, Seu suggested ignoring Daesung and instead sabotaging the classification test. Then he approached Jinshul, an A-rank punk-style hunter floating inside a tank, and asked if he was ready. Jinshul confidently said he was ready, a scientist prepared to inject the serum. Seu warned him that the pain would be unbearable, but Jinshul said he was prepared. The scientist began the process. Bubbles started bursting. Jinchul's veins swelled as he gritted his teeth. His eyes turned white, and magic energy illuminated his skin. Suddenly, the scientist warned that Jinshul could die. Seu remained calm and said he would never recruit a weak man. With 90% of the serum injected, Jinshul screamed in agony. Then his heartbeat stopped. The scientist declared that he was dead, but Seu told him to be quiet. Jinchul's hand began to move, shocking the scientist as his heart started beating again. With glowing green eyes, Jinshul shattered the tank and emerged in an explosion of energy. With a wicked smile, Seu praised his test subject and showed excitement for his future performance. Meanwhile, Daesung stood on a rooftop while talking to Chango. His best friend told him that he needed to use the association's equipment. After learning that, Daesung conducted an experiment on his own. Using a wooden stick, he discovered a powerful gap in the form of invisible infernal armor. Realizing that the infernal armor could not be seen, he took out the dagger of judgment from his inventory. He ordered the system to recognize the wooden stick as his dagger. The weapon disappeared, and the system confirmed that the dagger had been overwritten by the stick. Like a student from Hogwarts, he could now destroy enemies using a simple wooden wand. That gave him a new idea. Then he entered the Pantheon again. When he arrived in the Fire King's territory, he showed clear displeasure at having to return. Suddenly, an army of oral servants surrounded him. They were white wolves in armor with red eyes. The system displayed a mission. He had to defeat 1,000 of them in exchange for half of the weapon he was searching for, the great sword of infernal fire. Daesung scoffed and wounded his own hand, annoyed that he had to use the prison of souls on enemies this weak. One wolf appeared quickly in front of him, but Daesung remained calm, ready to begin the slaughter. With incredible speed and his floating dagger, he pierced through the giant armed wolves as if cutting through butter. After 33 enemies had fallen, he summoned them from the prison of corpses. Once again, the wolf pack charged. This time, identical shadows of their own species emerged and crushed the heads of their fellow wolves. Oral's army froze in confusion as identical replicas appeared from the ground. At their master's command, the Shadow Army attacked. Both sides clashed in a bloody battle. Meanwhile, the ruler of Hell casually pulled out a cigarette, but he immediately coughed. He could not understand how Chang'o could enjoy something that tasted so terrible. Not long after, one enemy broke through the line of shadow soldiers and approached the Demon King. Unexpectedly, shadow arms caught it from behind while regenerating themselves. The ruler of Hell enjoyed the moment, watching his brave and immortal followers do the work in his place. But annoyed by the slow progress, he realized there were still more missions before he could obtain the weapon. A burning aura surrounded his body as he kicked the ground and shot into the sky like a rocket. Since the enemies were not even worth spending 2 hours on, he decided to wipe them all out instantly. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he descended at high speed. A golden comet crashed into the desert plain, triggering an explosion that annihilated every monster. The scene shifted to the Seoul clan headquarters, where the samurai Shin Choyung was training by cutting down purple monster-like dolls. After the holographic simulation ended, two men observing from behind the glass evaluated her ability. The leader of the Seoul clan, Han Jun, said that she had developed a dangerous habit. The department head said that the weakness could be fixed in 10 days. The clan leader then ordered the simulation difficulty to be increased faster because they had to defeat the mad dog of the Hongma clan. Adjusting his glasses, the department head asked if he meant Jinshul. The leader answered that Choyung would be unbeatable if not for Hongma clan's trump card. Angrily, he cursed the clan for its dirty tactics. The department head tried to calm him down by reminding him about the previous ban, but Jun insisted that Hongma would definitely cheat again in the next competition. The department head stated the obvious. The stage was set for the two strongest candidates, Choyung and Jinshul, but the cunning clan leader hinted that this would only be true if no terrifying dark horse appeared. Meanwhile, Daesung received messages of thanks from the demons as he nearly finished the mission. Annoyed by the notifications while smoking on top of enemy corpses, he complained that there should be a mute button. Hearing the growl of a dying wolf, he told it to shut up while smoking, then finished it with a single stab. That death became the 1,000th kill. As a reward, he obtained half of the great sword of infernal fire. The souls of the enemies gathered into an orb in front of him, forming a special object. When he read that the object had to be offered at an altar, the Demon King became irritated because he had to search for it like an ordinary person. But the moment he picked up the soul stone, a massive structure rose from the ground in front of him. That made things easier. The second mission to obtain the great sword began. The ruler of Hell now had to offer the soul stone and be acknowledged by the guardian serpent. Without hesitation, he placed it in the sacrificial bowl. Suddenly, a giant serpent appeared with half-closed eyes. The battle began with an epic staring contest against the massive snake. A panel appeared showing the victory condition. He had to answer the serpent's question. Confused, the Demon King mocked the idea of being forced into a quiz. Then he gave up and told the snake to ask its question. But the guardian's words sounded more chaotic than Chinese rap played at double speed. Daesung sighed in irritation. Then in anger, he threw the dagger into the serpent's eye, making the monster roar in pain. Still unsatisfied, he moved his hand and forced the dagger through the serpent's head and out through the other eye. Then he called the dagger back. Daesung leaped toward the serpent with blazing anger toward the system, furious that it seemed to think he had become weak. He challenged it to use everything it had against the absolute ruler. Then he slammed the guardian monster's head again and again. The serpent's head swelled like bread from the relentless punches. Then it exploded, bathing Daesung in blood like a true warrior. But with his experience, he felt the battle had been too easy. When he turned around, he recognized an old pattern. This enemy could regenerate, and he immediately remembered how to defeat it. Daesung baited the monster into attacking, and the serpent responded. It launched toward him with its mouth open, biting down and trapping him between its jaws. Inside, blue flames of regeneration began glowing. But Daesung already understood everything. Without hesitation, he went deeper into the guardian serpent's mouth. Shocked, the serpent shook its head. Suddenly, its pupils burst, and it spat Daesung's body out. He landed with style while gripping a glowing blue weapon in his hand. It was the great sword of infernal fire. The system congratulated him for obtaining the sword, but it also informed him that the weapon's skills would be sealed until the mission was complete. Even so, Daesung confidently declared that this was enough to defeat a giant worm. With a blazing great sword in both hands, he swung his new weapon at the guardian serpent. A wave of heat spread across the monster's body from head to tail. Then the creature was cleanly split in half. The mission ended. The serpent could not hear the result because it was no longer alive. With the great sword active, the Demon King smiled wildly, eager to see what would happen next. A panel appeared announcing the trial of blazing fire. To fully unlock the legendary weapon, he had to endure 10 full days of burning pain. Flames began surrounding his body, but Daesung remained calm. He ordered the sword to restrain itself and stop burning its owner. Still, time continued to pass. With a will hotter than the sword itself, he demanded that the Fire King come back to his senses. The countdown quickly reached 0. The sword responded to its master and apologized. That calmed Daesung's anger, allowing him to greet his old companion again. Because all the demons had been driven toward the final destination of souls in hell, chaos had erupted. After leaving hell, Daesung felt relieved to find the weapon without having to return to that horrible place. The demon sword said it had been waiting for the return of its ruler. Daesung asked whether it held any resentment toward him. The Fire King humbly replied that it did not resent his departure. It resented the consequences that followed. Confused, the ruler of hell asked for a clearer explanation. The demon sword explained that hell had been invaded by celestial beings who took advantage of the demon's weakness without a leader. They sealed hell and banished everyone to pandemonium. The Fire King begged his master for help, explaining that he had been swallowed by the serpent by force. Because of that, he had avoided exile like the others. So he had waited patiently for his master and savior to return. The sword then humbly asked why Daesung had come back. Daesung promised to reveal his purpose when the time was right. Changing the subject, he asked whether the sword recognized the energy orb left behind by the guardian serpent. The Fire King warned him. It remembered sensing that same mysterious energy from the celestial beings that had invaded hell. Slightly uneasy, the ruler of hell raised his hand and absorbed the orb anyway. He believed the system would not deceive him with a fake reward. After successfully taking it, a panel appeared. It said that one more orb was needed to unlock a currently hidden area. When asked whether he planned to return to Earth, Daesung answered that there was still another reward he had to claim. Meanwhile, back on Earth, an employee of the Soul Clan was talking with Chango about the viral massacre video. Chango felt awkward as he tried to hide his friend's identity. Unexpectedly, the director appeared and asked to speak with him privately. Chango humbly asked why he had been chosen. The handsome director simply answered that he wanted to enjoy a cigarette with him. On the rooftop, while sharing a smoke, the director asked whether Chango had truly been at the massacre site. Chango realized that he was being tested to see if the famous awakened person was worth recruiting. To protect his friend, he said there was nothing important to report. In a philosophical tone, the director stated his determination to recruit that individual by any means necessary. Chango smiled awkwardly, pretended not to know, and shifted the conversation to the guild's star, Cho-young. The director fell silent, but when gently pushed, he revealed that the girl had been training extremely hard. 2 days before Daesung's license exam, Cho-young trained in the hardest simulation at the Soul Clan headquarters. The ranked samurai quickly cut down the training dolls before they could even appear. But when she was surrounded by too many enemies, she began to struggle. That allowed another doll to bite her shoulder, forcing the clan leader to stop the simulation. Shocked, Cho-young asked him to wait and give her one more chance. But as the enemies disappeared, she turned toward the clan leader, who called her over to discuss her performance. Frustrated, Cho-young shouted that she could do better if she were given another chance. Calmly, Jun pointed out that she was pushing herself too hard. And Cho-young complained that he was always the one who told her to fight for what she wanted, even if she had to face hardship. Casually, the clan leader explained that the advice only applied to physical training. Sarcastically, Choyoung said she understood her body's limits better than he did. Then she insisted that she was not exceeding her limits. Jun became sarcastic as well and asked if she really thought she knew herself better than an AI. Then he told her to compare her current mental condition with that of a normal person. When she saw the chaotic graph, Choyoung finally admitted her mistake. Clenching his teeth, Jun asked whether she still had not realized how abnormal her mental state had become. Marked by the AI with a gloomy expression, she muttered that all of this was for the sake of entering the top 5. Hearing that, the clan leader questioned her true motivation for climbing the ranks. He asked if her goal was to gain access to A-rank gates and earn more glory and wealth. But Choyoung bit her lip while crushing a bottle in her hand. Firmly, she declared that her desire was not money or fame. Her goal was to eliminate every monster in the world. 2 days later, inside the Hongma clan building, Seo walked toward a high-security area. Using his fingerprint, he opened a creaking door and revealed a mysterious room. Disgusted by the rotten smell, Seo was surprised to see that his subject was still doing well. He muttered that they needed to fix the ventilation and lighting. His eyes landed on a hunched figure eating a corpse. Jinchul chewed raw flesh like an animal. He stared at the man who kept talking to him as if he were a beast. Ignoring the sight, Seo said that an A rank should keep eating and resting so the monster serum could work properly. Looking at the blood-covered demon hunter, the long-haired man showed excitement. His pet would become the star of the next license exam. 2 more days passed. Daesung remained busy completing missions in the Pantheon to increase his strength. When the Fire King asked when they would leave Hell, the absolute ruler declared that the time had come. The last 3 days passed quickly. And finally, the day of the exam arrived at the arena.
3 days passed quickly. At last, the day of the exam arrived at the arena. The commentator explained that as more people awakened every year, the competition had become more intense. Journalists eagerly took photos of the candidates lined up in front of the arena, but their attention quickly shifted to an elegant white Lamborghini. The crowd immediately recognized the owner and rushed forward to welcome the 2 stars from the Hongma clan. One reporter used the opportunity to interview Seo directly. He asked how Seo felt about Hongma clan returning after being disqualified for cheating 2 years ago. Seo scoffed internally, cursing the reporter in his mind. But on the outside, he calmly answered that he deeply regretted the incident in the past. Another arrogant reporter challenged him, accusing him of avoiding responsibility with empty words. Seo casually patted the man's shoulder and confidently said that this time the match would be fair. After that, they headed into the stadium. Jinchul was annoyed by the criticism. He was also irritated that Seo did not respond with the same kind of aggression. But Seo calmly reminded his pet to enjoy the match. At the same time, he warned him to be careful and not lose control, because they could not afford another ban. A large man dressed in white overheard their conversation. The leader of Hongma clan narrowed his eyes and immediately recognized the disguised man as Junyoung, the leader of Seoul clan. Seo tried to provoke him by saying he looked like a gorilla in disguise. But the elegant old man replied that it was simply a way to avoid the paparazzi. Junyoung then shot back, saying he did not like showing off his fame, unlike certain people who loved bragging. The legendary leader analyzed Jinchul's aura and immediately noticed the abnormal nature hidden behind his arrogant smile. Seo tried to boast by saying Junyoung was focusing too much on his own candidate. But the old man quickly responded with a sharp joke, saying he hoped Seo had not brought another cheater like last time. After the heated exchange, the Hongma group walked away. Jinchul complained that the Seoul clan leader had looked at him like he was suspicious. Seo ignored it and told him to forget about the old man. Instead, he told Jinchul to focus on the beautiful Shin Choyoung. Jinchul looked at her with a disgusting expression and said it would be easy to defeat her. But Seo warned him not to underestimate her, reminding him that the Seoul clan leader had trained her well. Hearing that only made Jinchul more excited. His repulsive face filled with desire to destroy her. Meanwhile, Junyoung continued analyzing Jinchul from a distance, trying to understand Hongma clan's plan. But suddenly, his attention shifted to something far more terrifying. Daesung arrived, surrounded by a horrifying aura. As Daesung passed by, the Seoul clan leader felt a disturbing vibration from the dark energy radiating from him. Shocked by his reaction, Cho-young asked what was wrong. With his jaw still open, Jun-young warned her to be careful. Cho-young brushed off his concern with confidence, saying she would not let Hongma clan pull any tricks. But Jun-young explained that he was not worried about Hongma clan. He was more concerned about the person who had just walked past them. With 30 minutes remaining, an announcement called all candidates to examination room 3. After ending his phone call with Chango, Daesung scanned his fingerprint and received a special uniform from an automated machine. Wearing his new cyberpunk-style outfit, all the candidates gathered in the examination room, including everyone's favorite angry old man. The old man proudly reflected on the hundreds of complaints that had brought him this far. Filled with fighting spirit, he decided he would beat Daesung for touching his perfectly round, bald head, which he believed was even rounder than a baby's bottom. But not long after, a large man picked him up by the head and ordered him to get out of the way. Swallowing his pride, the old man gave up on his plan for revenge. While he was still in a bad mood, Daesung appeared in his new outfit, ready to defeat anyone who dared stand in his way. When the exam began, the participants gathered in the arena. Purple rings started descending from above. The examiner greeted everyone and explained that the rings represented the 3 floors of the gate created specifically for the license exam. Each floor had a unique environment and clearly defined conditions. As whispers spread among the candidates, a ghost-like boy asked when they would receive their weapons. The examiner firmly stated that no weapons would be provided. Only the supplied uniforms could be used. That immediately triggered complaints. Many candidates said it was impossible to fight without weapons. Then a cute AI hologram appeared and announced its role in monitoring the participants' progress. The hologram revealed that the exam would not evaluate combat ability alone. Instead, it would test each candidate's natural ability to survive under harsh conditions. After that, the gate opened. The candidates entered the first floor. It was a tropical forest. Before long, everyone began sweating and struggling to breathe. Meanwhile, the analysis team watched through the cameras, laughing at the poor quality of the candidates and speculating about who would fail first. A mushroom-headed man praised Cho-young for staying calm and conserving energy. Seeing his favorite candidate being praised, Jun-young smiled with satisfaction. Others praised Jin-chul from Hongma clan. Siwoo observed Jun-young and assumed his expression was because of Jin-chul. But the old man's face froze when panic began spreading through the room. All attention turned toward one cool-looking man. Siwoo was shocked when he realized that this was the same target he had once sent an assassin after. It was hard to believe. Daesung emitted no visible aura. He was not even sweating. It was later revealed that he had consumed a potion that made him immune to environmental effects. He laughed internally because he knew that using such a thing was forbidden, but only if he got caught. When a purple bracelet appeared on every participant's wrist, the AI announced the start of the first round. The condition to clear the first floor was to hunt 20 swamp orcs. With a confident smile, Daesung immediately moved as soon as the round began. That made everyone else rush forward as well, afraid of falling behind. In an exam designed to filter out idiots, one thirsty hunter fell for an obvious trap at a water source. A slimy worm burst out of the ground and swallowed him whole, eliminating him. Fortunately, he was saved by the safety system built into his uniform. Meanwhile, Daesung ran through the forest searching for targets. Elsewhere, the rescue team evacuating eliminated participants received a signal to locate candidate 104, Han Daesung. Back with Daesung, he found a swamp orc. After baiting the huge pig-like creature, he tossed a stone into the air like a ball. With a single punch, the stone shattered into thousands of fragments that instantly killed the monster. Seeing this, a member of the rescue team understood why he had been assigned to secretly monitor one particular candidate. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord realized that hunting orcs one by one was not the most efficient method. To speed things up, he accessed his mana and summoned Shadow Spectre. He arrived at a cave filled with swamp orcs. The cave trembled, making the monsters alert. Then suddenly, the ceiling of the cave opened, and Daesung landed with dramatic style. He was annoyed that he had to fight like a farmer. The monsters cheered, thinking prey had arrived. But Daesung simply counted them, using his magic wand. Once he confirmed that there were enough targets for his mission, he asked the Fire King to translate the monster's final words. When he learned that the monsters planned to hunt the ruler of Hell, he ordered the demon's sword to turn them into ash. Elsewhere, Choyoung used aura to search for targets. When she detected one, she shot through the trees like a bullet. The Star of Soul clan estimated that she could finish the first floor within 1 hour. As Choyoung approached her 4th kill, another hunter rushed in and stole it. Her pupils widened when she saw the terrifying figure flash past her. With a look of contempt, she saw the Hongma candidate bragging about his 5th kill. Annoyed, she said that stealing kills was exactly what trash from Hongma clan would do. The man laughed and mocked her for assuming the kill belonged to her. They continued insulting each other, exchanging murderous glares. Under the influence of the drug, Jinchul briefly considered killing her right there, but he decided to wait until the 2nd floor. After making that decision, Choyoung turned away with a sigh and raised her middle finger with an arrogant smile. Filled with rage, the cheater immediately charged to finish her off. But suddenly, both of them froze. Their attention was captured by a thunderous roar. A few minutes earlier, Daesung had used his fire sword to sweep through the enemies. He released the first skill of the Great Sword of Infernal Fire. A burst of flame shot out from the wand, wrapped around the targets, and formed a tornado that exploded into the sky. The observers were left speechless. Then the AI announced that the hero known as Neo had advanced to the 2nd floor. Chaos immediately erupted among the judges, who could not find any information about him. While others rushed to recruit him, the Soul Clan leader smiled with interest at the Demon Lord's power. Annoyed that Jinchul's spotlight had been stolen, Siwoo mocked the situation and walked away in frustration. At the evaluation desk, the female employee shook her coworker, the same one who had mocked her earlier theory about Daesung. Meanwhile, another observer could hardly believe what he had seen. He realized that the weak old man had been following everything from the beginning. With an axe in his hand, the old man started finishing off the half-burned bodies left behind by the young man. He managed to collect 11 kills. The evaluation staff began arguing about how the old man had even entered the exam. The woman at the front desk mentioned the many complaints he had filed. Seeing the staff trying to clean up the situation, the branch manager arrived and explained that he had approved the old man's entry. He revealed that there had once been a report about the old man entering a gate while carrying dynamite strapped to his body. Shocked, an employee asked if that lunatic had been trying to kill himself. The branch manager then told the tragic story of the bald old man. He had lost his family in a gate fracture. Now he lived only for revenge. When questioned about whether he was showing favoritism toward one participant, the manager proudly admitted that he had nominated Daesung. He joked that losing 3 months of salary to cover the damages felt completely worth it. The moment Daesung's name was mentioned, the screen showing the hero suddenly became blurry. Elsewhere in the stadium, Siwoo sent a hidden message to someone who looked like an assassin. He informed him that the broadcast feed from the control room had been cut. The man was confused because the original plan had been to remove the protagonist on the 2nd or 3rd floor. Siwoo explained that the plan had changed after Daesung left Jinchul behind. With a wicked smile, the Hongma leader joked that killing sounded too cruel. In the end, he ordered his guard to read the instructions. The instruction was to inject a mutant serum into the gatekeeper monster on the 2nd floor. A scout followed the protagonist and carried out the command. As Daesung approached the gate to the 2nd floor, Siwoo waited for his failure with a sadistic smile. When the mutant ampule was injected into the gatekeeper golem, the creature transformed into a floating, mutated swamp golem. It could now create fog to deceive anyone who came near. The man working for Siwoo enjoyed the sight and admired the horrifying monster he had helped create. He looked forward to a large payment. But suddenly, the object in his hand exploded. It was revealed that the item had been contaminated with a paralysis agent, likely placed by Siwoo to erase any evidence. Unable to move, the man could only watch as the swamp golem approached with no intention of letting him escape. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord was more concerned about the fact that he seemed to have been walking in circles for quite some time. The map on his equipment appeared to be malfunctioning, throwing off his sense of direction. As he continued forward, he found the decaying corpse of the man Siwoo had sent. Suspicion immediately appeared in his mind. There was no way the exam organizers would intentionally leave a dead body in a place like this. Suddenly, the shadow of a monster appeared in front of the Demon Lord, followed by a surprise attack. He blocked it in time using his fire sword disguised as an ordinary wand, but before he could fully react, the golem threw a massive rock. The rock exploded on impact, releasing intense heat and smoke. To survive the extreme temperature, Daesung activated Absorb Flame, protecting himself from the heat explosion. For a moment, he considered using Fury, the skill that had wiped out the orcs earlier, but unfortunately, it was still on cooldown. Worse, the golem had no intention of waiting for that cooldown to end. The floating swamp golem launched attack after attack, and Daesung blocked them with growing irritation. Annoyed by the non-stop assault, Daesung decided to end the fight by piercing the creature's core. He ran forward and struck the golem's core with a powerful punch, but the attack only scratched the surface of its hard stone body. In response, the golem struck him and launched him into the air with tremendous force. The scene then shifted to Jinchul, the cheater. He had just defeated his final ogre and fulfilled the requirement to advance to the second floor. As a reward, he received a special box containing a navigation compass, an ampoule, a mysterious note, and tools to continue the trap. Then he realized that Daesung was still on the first floor. Without hesitation, he burned the note. The scene returned to Daesung, who had just been thrown into a tree. He quickly recovered his balance. Then, with a faint smile, he summoned his ghostly shadow slime and ordered it to devour the golem. As he pulled out his sword, he opened a path for the dark creature. He even promised it twice the usual reward. The fire caused the shadow specter to shrink to a fraction of its original size. But as the golem approached, the creature suddenly expanded back to its full form. Its body rapidly grew larger. Then countless shadow hands stretched out and grabbed the golem's burning stones. At the same time, Daesung's screen began working again. Although the exam staff could only see thick fog, one employee commented that the first floor was supposed to look like a tropical forest. That meant something was clearly wrong. Suddenly, the golem appeared on the screen. The viewers were confused about why such a monster was inside the exam. The assistant branch manager explained that the creature was a mutant in every possible way and asked what action should be taken. But the branch manager remained silent, completely fixated on the screen. At the same time, another employee arrived and reported that the examiners had surrounded Daesung. They asked whether they should interfere and stop the exam. In an apologetic tone, the manager admitted that the situation was already beyond repair. But at that exact moment, the receptionist pointed at the screen. The golem had already been defeated. Burning fragments scattered through the air, followed by a massive explosion. Now the manager finally understood the true power of the Demon Lord. What they had previously considered a measuring error was now clear. Daesung's strength was beyond their ability to evaluate. That made the entire ranking process meaningless. The branch manager now saw Daesung as an unimaginable monster with unmatched power. Meanwhile, the female employee who had been impressed by Daesung silently cheered for him, but her coworker warned that even if he was strong, Daesung might not understand the bigger picture. As Jinchul nearly reached the second floor, an employee asked whether they should withdraw the personnel around Daesung. The manager refused. Instead, he ordered them to prepare a report after they figured out what had actually happened. The scene shifted to cheater number 14, Jinchaer, who was filled with rage as he ran toward the door that should have been close by. He saw the fog beginning to disappear, a sign that the golem had been destroyed, but he still believed he would be the first to reach the second floor. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord dripped blood onto the remains of the mutant golem, preparing to use the Prison of Souls. With a voice full of authority, he commanded the creature to be summoned. Every viewer was stunned. While they remained frozen, the monster came back to life. The Demon King ordered it to stop showing off and reveal its true form, since too much time had already been wasted. The golem lowered its head. Then Daesung climbed on top of it and ordered it to run toward the door. As Jinchul approached the door, his emotions surged. He was certain he would be the first to reach it. But that confidence turned into confusion when a strange sound echoed behind him. The scene shifted to Suwoo, who entered the monitor room with his subordinates while saying that the man probably thought the exam was already over. But when he looked at the screen and saw his pawn confused, rage began to consume him because of the repeated failures. The scene returned to Daesung, who casually rode the floating golem. Using the breath of the Flame King to open the path, he carved the fastest route straight to the door. He struck the golem's head and ordered it to move faster. Like a rider on horseback, he continued using flames to clear the way, pushing the golem forward without stopping. At the same time, the staff and viewers concluded that participant 104 was likely using a summoning technique. In this world, such a technique was completely new and unknown. One staff member guessed that the ability was aura-based. Another commented that this exam was going to go viral on YouTube. They even praised Daesung, saying he looked like a hero from a fantasy movie. Frustrated, Sue slammed the table in the control room. An employee calmly approached and suggested that he leave if he planned to keep causing a disturbance. Soo finally swallowed his anger and pretended to be polite. He said he had simply lost control because of the extraordinary performance of participant number 1. Beside him, the Seoul Clan leader, Jun, spoke in an arrogant tone. He said Sue had failed to predict this situation. Then he confidently stated that Choyoung would soon reach the door as well. Jinkel, also furious at Daesung, was quickly caught up to by Choyoung. Seeing this, he ran toward the door to avoid falling behind, turning the situation into a race. Meanwhile, our hero had already arrived on the second floor with his golem puppet. When he realized that this floor was filled with a snowstorm, the complete opposite of the first floor, he mocked the exam administrators for their lack of creativity. After saying goodbye to the golem, he received praise for being the first to reach the second floor. The AI guide quickly revealed the condition for the next phase of the exam. It explained that the top 5 players would start from different entrances. They all had one goal: reach the top of the snowy mountain. The Demon Lord estimated the distance to be around 5 kilometers, then began climbing. He was irritated that he had to climb using his hands, especially because cameras were placed everywhere, preventing him from using his skills freely. The scene shifted to Jinchul, who looked annoyed by his position on the mountain. The exam irritated him and filled him with frustration, fear, loss of control, and violent temper. All of that anger was directed at participant number 104, the man who had reached the gate first, even after Hongma had prepared multiple dirty plans. Suddenly, Jinchul heard movement behind him at close range. Furious, he shouted and demanded to know who was there. Unexpectedly, it was the same bald old man from earlier. Somehow, the old man had reached the second floor in time, even though the extreme weather clearly overwhelmed him. With an evil glint in his eyes, Jinchul pressed his hand against the mountainside, trying to trigger an avalanche and eliminate the careless old man. The bald man slapped his own face, trying to gather strength as memories of his lost family flashed through his mind. With a determined shout, he declared that he did not feel cold at all. But that determination did not last long. Moments later, he was swept away by the avalanche. After successfully getting rid of him, Jinchul showed a sinister smile. Then the broadcast drone malfunctioned, making it impossible for the staff to monitor the situation. Sue, who was clearly behind the interference, secretly wished his pawn luck. He hoped Jinchul would not fail or disappoint him. The scene returned to the second floor, where several ordinary players continued pushing forward despite nearly freezing in the harsh conditions. Suddenly, Jinchul appeared behind them with incredible speed. Without warning, he grabbed their heads and crushed them with his hands. Driven by the effect of the champion orc Ampule, Jinchul looked huge and unstoppable as he slaughtered anyone in his path. Meanwhile, Choyoung grew confused when she realized that all technological devices and electronics had suddenly stopped working. On the other hand, Daesung saw this as good luck. Once he realized he could use his skills without being detected, he jumped from the cliff and activated the armor of the Dragon Knight of Destruction Barrage. Majestic demon wings spread from his back. Then he flew upward. Choyoung sensed a powerful aura and looked up. She saw Daesung flying with an intimidating presence. As Jinchul continued slaughtering other players, he saw Daesung flying toward the summit. He assumed Daesung had used a harpy ampula to fly, then immediately chased after him. The scene returned to the association building, where June urgently pressed the branch manager to stop the exam. He emphasized that the safety of the awakened candidates had to come first. He demanded that the exam be stopped immediately. The president, who looked calm, asked Seoul Clan Captain June to be patient. He assured him that an investigation team would be sent soon. But Suo mocked June, asking why they were called awakened if they could not handle a small risk. That comment made June furious. Captain June, now suspicious, directly asked Suo whether he was responsible for the situation. Suo ignored the question and kept mocking him. He implied that Choi-young must be weak if June was this worried. He even said June was old and should retire, clearly provoking him. The scene shifted to Daesung, who had already reached the summit and was preparing to enter the third floor. Meanwhile, the old bald man had survived the avalanche. Lying in the snow while crying, he stood up and shouted that he was the winner because he had survived. It was understandable that he enjoyed that success. After all, the first step was always the hardest. When Choi-young entered the third floor, she learned that she had to collect 1,000 points by defeating monsters in order to advance. In the darkness, Choi-young stayed alert while adjusting her vision. Suddenly, a loud sound came from behind her. When she turned around, she saw her rival, the cheater Jinchil, with a muscular body that looked like it had been enhanced by drugs. Jinchil said she was lucky to arrive before him, but Choi-young ignored him and told him to shut up. Her main focus was not Jinchil. It was Daesung, the man who had surpassed everyone on the previous floors. Even her captain had acknowledged his strength. Choi-young then received an error warning from her aura reactor. But before she could react, Jinchil attacked from behind and injured her. Jinchil, the cheater, admitted that he had originally wanted to fight Daesung, but now he had chosen her as his target. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord focused on collecting points to clear the stage. He activated Fire Cannon and destroyed targets with ease. He commented to the Fire King that he must have gotten rusty if it took him this long to defeat such weak enemies. When he checked his points, he realized the number had stopped at 530. He wondered what had happened. He decided to kill every target first before figuring out the problem. The scene shifted back to the branch manager, who was becoming increasingly worried because the network was still down and the tension was rising. Suwoo, the biggest cheater, remained calm. He had combined the ampoule given to his pawn with a hedgehog, allowing him to monitor Jinchil's pulse. Suo watched June, who looked restless. June said that if his student came back alive, she might be half-blind or in terrible condition. The scene shifted to Choi-young, who was badly injured. She asked Jinchil what his goal was. In an inhuman manner, the cheater number 14 licked the girl's blood and provoked her. He asked why she was not using her aura shield. Choi-young decided to counterattack. She launched a kick at Jinchil, but missed. Then she retreated to hide. This made Jinchil angry. He mocked her as a coward. In desperation, Choi-young tried to heal herself, but Jinchil found her quickly. He threw defensive clothing at her face, followed by a strike to the groin and a knee to the face. At the same time, he declared himself the trump card of the Seoul Clan, twisting the truth in his arrogance. Choi-young gathered all her strength into a single attack and knocked Jinchil to the ground. After that, she moved away, intending to hunt monsters. Meanwhile, Daesung was frustrated with the device he had been carrying. He considered it useless because it was not recording his points. He wondered if he needed to ask the organizers about the broken equipment. Then he realized that all of his devices looked rusty and were no longer functioning. As Choi-young moved through the area, she was alone and confused about where everyone had gone. Suddenly, Jinchul silently approached to take revenge. Startled, Choi-young tried to escape, but Jinchul appeared in front of her in an instant and knocked her down. He attacked without mercy, like a cruel demon, leaving Choi-young covered in blood. Grabbing her by the hair, he held her head and mocked her, saying she would face a painful death. Tears ran down Choi-young's face as blood continued to flow. Then she took another punch to the stomach. Jinchul provoked her by telling her to call for help, only to mock her again by reminding her that all the equipment was broken. Using the opportunity, Choi-young stabbed her finger into Jinchul's eye, making him bleed and scream in pain. She tried to stand and escape, but Jinchul grabbed her neck and lifted her off the ground, preparing to choke her to death. At that moment, Daesung appeared behind him. He faced Jinchul and demanded to know what he was doing. When Jinchul saw Daesung, he released Choyoung and laughed like a madman. To him, Daesung looked like prey that had walked straight into his trap. He said he had been looking everywhere for him. The Demon Lord thanked Jinchul for waiting. While casually dodging the attack, Daesung moved closer to Choyoung. Seeing her terrible condition, he asked whether she had any serious injuries, since her recovery seemed slow. Then he turned toward Jinchul and asked if he was the one who had caused those wounds. With a smile, Jinchul answered that he had only taught her a lesson, and soon he said Daesung would experience the same thing. Daesung repeated the question, referring to the broken measuring device. Jinchul laughed and released a wave attack toward Daesung, mocking him for having terrible luck because his protection device was already broken. Without hesitation, Daesung rushed forward and landed a heavy punch on Jinchul's face, sending him flying. He followed up with an explosive fire attack, making the situation even worse for him. Even then, the cheater refused to accept reality. He still believed he could defeat Daesung easily. But his confidence began to crumble when he noticed a group of gentle spirits standing behind Daesung. The sight terrified him. The scene shifted back to the Korean Hunter Association building. The receptionist approached the branch manager and informed him that the network on the second floor had been restored. However, she added that the network on the third floor would still need another 30 minutes to be repaired. The manager ordered the security team from the second floor to be sent to the entrance of the third floor. The atmosphere between the leaders of the two major guilds grew tense. Suddenly, an employee arrived with disturbing news. According to the security team, one death had been confirmed and many injuries had been reported on the second floor. The news made the branch manager tense. He had never expected this outcome and realized that the exam should have been canceled. Meanwhile, Chango checked the news and learned that the video broadcast at the exam site had been down for more than an hour. When he realized that the location was the same place where his friend was, he immediately grabbed his coat and prepared to leave. The scene returned to Jinchul, cheater number 14, now running away after realizing that the prey had become the predator. Suddenly, his leg was cut off. He fell onto his back. Jinchul quickly used a regeneration ampoule, causing his leg to grow back, but he had only one left. Daesung mocked him, comparing him to the disgusting regenerating insects of hell. As Jinchul's leg regenerated, the network on the third floor finally came back online. Everyone could now see the live broadcast of Daesung fighting Jinchul on the screen. Su grew anxious when he saw his pawn kneeling, begging to be allowed to live. Jinchul cried that all the ampoules were gone and that he could no longer regenerate. Not knowing what a regeneration ampoule was, Daesung said he would try splitting Jinchul's body in half to see whether he could multiply like bacteria. As the miserable man was crushed without mercy, he begged more desperately for his life. When Daesung noticed a flash of light, he realized it was a camera. The connection had been restored. His attention returned to Jinchul. Then he offered a deal. He would let Jinchul live if he could answer 3 questions correctly. Desperate to survive, Jinchul nervously asked whether Daesung was telling the truth. With his sword still disguised as a wand, Daesung forced Jinchul to lower his head and stare into his deadly gaze. He warned him that if he lied, his body would be split in 2. With that, the Demon Lord began the questioning. The first question was whether Jinchul was the mastermind behind everything that had happened at the exam site. The question made the atmosphere even more tense, especially for Suwoo, the cunning captain behind the scheme. Annoyed by the sudden silence, the Demon Lord warned Jinchul to answer quickly if he did not want to be cut in half. In response, the arrogant man began crying and admitted like a whining baby that all the plans had indeed been arranged by him. Daesung found the emotional confession interesting. Without wasting time, he moved on to the second question. Under pressure to reveal the true mastermind behind everything, Jinchul immediately betrayed his clan leader. The mention of Hangma clan as the true culprit surprised Daesung, but it also caused whispers to spread through the control room. Everyone in the room had already been suspicious from the beginning. Now, all eyes turned toward the long-haired man. Hearing the accusation, Suwoo was consumed by rage because his subordinate had betrayed him. With no other choice, he immediately vented his anger. But the branch manager remained calm and ordered him to prepare an explanation for the police. Realizing he had lost, Sue agreed to attend questioning at the Hunter office. He lowered his head silently to avoid drawing more attention. A few moments later, outside the stadium, Sue left with his guards. One of them asked why the clan leader was walking with his head lowered like an ordinary person. Sue calmly answered that it was the wisest choice to avoid the wrath of the Seoul clan leader. And he was right. Back in the control room, Jun Young was burning with rage. The manager expressed gratitude for the leader's patience, but Jun Young answered that he did not care about the association. While the branch manager ordered his team to activate maximum security, Daesung asked the third question to the miserable A-rank kneeling before him. He asked whether Jinchul had any points. Reluctantly, the still trembling man answered honestly, terrified that his body would be split apart. After that, the AI announced Daesung's victory and the end of the three-stage exam. However, the Demon Lord was not satisfied with such an easy victory. When Jinchul looked up with hope that he would survive, his smile twisted in horror as his body was split into two, exactly as he had feared. The ruler of Hell declared that this was punishment for not answering on time. Before leaving, his gaze briefly landed on Choyong, who was still curled up on the floor, surrounded by a healing aura. A few moments later, the security team arrived and began evacuating the injured victims, including Choyong. Watching the chaos from his office, the association chairman closed his laptop while reading the incoming comments. His secretary informed him that 10 clans were gathering. The old man wondered whether Daesung was the first monster to appear after Korea's #1 legend, Lee Chang-sik. When the secretary confirmed Daesung's instant promotion, the chairman immediately ordered them to recruit him by any means necessary. As the results were announced, rumors about the fall of Hongma clan began spreading. But everything stopped when the AI made another announcement. The AI explained that because of the unusual circumstances, the ranking evaluation would be determined by the order in which candidates cleared the first stage. As a result, Daesung received A rank because he had finished first. Seeing the result, Chango immediately called Daesung and asked where he was. Daesung casually answered that he was relaxing in the S-rank hunter bath area. His friend fell silent. Daesung sat comfortably in a massage chair. That peaceful moment was interrupted when his best friend arrived. Looking extremely confused, Chango said that the chairman's secretary had told him to rest in the special S-rank room. This shocked him because it meant Daesung had been personally invited by the highest authority. While enjoying a boba drink, Daesung casually revealed that he might even be promoted to S-rank. Stunned, Chango began imagining the unbelievable amount of money that could come from that. He told Daesung that outside, everything had become chaotic because of the news. Meanwhile, reporters and recruiters had begun gathering. One participant stepped out of the elevator, and every eye immediately turned toward him. They rushed forward to get the first interview. The famous old man enjoyed the spotlight after his great victory in the license exam. The reporters shouted for his attention and asked him to state his name. With a serious face, the old man introduced himself as Han Daesung. The crowd instantly went wild. But after a few moments, when the crowd almost trampled the old man, some people began realizing that Daesung was not supposed to be a bald old man. When the result announcement ended, the old man's borderline ranking was finally revealed. Meanwhile, the hunters who had been rescued ran away while cursing Jinchul for the disgusting things he had done. On the other side, the Hongma clan infiltrator hiding behind them started panicking because there had been no news about Jinchul's body. With no other choice, he agreed to the decision to close the gate. At the same time, Daesung's mother saw the sensational news on television. The news anchor reported that despite the horrifying accident and the most difficult license exam in history, one participant had broken every record. Suddenly, Daesung's photo appeared on the television screen. The broadcast congratulated him on achieving A rank and speculated that he might even be promoted to S rank. His mother was completely shocked and immediately called Jisoo. In a panic, worried, Jisoo rushed into the room, still in disbelief, and looked at the television. Both mother and daughter froze with their mouths open when the man at the center of all the attention walked into the house and greeted them casually. Meanwhile, at the Hongma clan building, inspectors from the association gave the clan leader an ultimatum. They announced that Hongma clan was banned from hunting again. The two inspectors suggested that Su follow them quietly, but trying to boast about his position as the sixth strongest hunter, Su said it was ridiculous for him to be expelled over such minor accusations. Behind his fake smile, the clan leader was actually filled with rage because his little experiment had started dragging him toward ruin. Manager Kim from the office issued another warning. In response, Su stood up and insisted that he should not be detained simply because of his connection to Jin Chul. Tired of the argument, the manager gave one final warning to Su and prepared to use force. The sixth-ranked hunter asked the manager to remember how he had become the clan leader. Those words made the usually calm man sweat. He remembered that the long-haired man had killed the previous leader during a raid in order to take his position. Then Suo released his puppet control skill. The manager told his partner to prepare for battle, causing the spiky-haired inspector to panic. He told the inspector to be brave if he did not want to die. Then he charged towards Suo with a smile full of killing intent. Su ended the fight with a single move. Before the manager could react, Yongwoo, his own partner, stabbed him from behind. Shocked by the betrayal, Kim screamed, but the spiky-haired man insisted that he was not moving his body by his own will. When Kim realized that all of this was caused by Su's skill, the long-haired man used his final move. He ended Kim's life through the hands of his own partner. While the traumatized inspector trembled, Su left his office as if nothing had happened. Then he decided to inform the association chairman. The scene shifted to Choyoung, who was resting inside a treatment capsule. Seeing her condition, the Seoul clan leader received news that because of permanent damage to her aura, she would never be able to work again. Rage burned inside him. Junyoung swore that he would take revenge on Suwoo. At home, Daesung's mother expressed her disapproval of letting her son take such a dangerous job. His sister agreed. She said she was happy to see her brother become famous, but the job was still far too risky. Hearing that, Daesung remembered Chango saying that many hunters went against their families or were even kicked out of their homes. With tears in her eyes, his mother said her heart would break if he were hurt again. But then Daesung surprised everyone by saying that he had already registered with Chango's clan. After that, he reached into his inventory and pulled out a bag full of money. His mother was stunned by the ability. Daesung proudly showed the advance payment he had received to pay off their debt. Both his mother and younger sister could only stare in shock. Looking at the unbelievable amount of money on the table, Daesung told his sister not to be too surprised. He told her to listen to their mother and enjoy school life. Then he assured them that he would pay for everything they needed. Proudly, he declared that he would become the protector of the family. Both of them began to cry, while Daesung laughed at their awkward reaction. Jisoo joked that she had originally been against her brother getting married, but the money had changed her mind. Enjoying the emotional moment, Daesung thought that all the suffering he had endured had been worth it. The scene then shifted to Inspector Jungwoo, who remembered how Manager Kim had once saved him when he was still a new recruit. The manager's sincere words and warm smile from that night continued echoing in his mind. Then he returned to reality, his body trembling as he stood over Manager Kim's cold, lifeless body, crying uncontrollably. The bank manager was also shocked by Seo's actions. Filled with rage, Jongwoo ordered that no one touch Seo. He swore that he would take revenge for Manager Kim with his own hands. After seeing this heartbreaking scene, the association chairman ordered the branch head to use every available resource to destroy Hongma clan and Lee So. Meanwhile, the main character, half asleep, finally woke up because of a flood of notifications. He checked his phone to see who had sent so many messages. Among the chaos, he found a message from Chango asking him to call once he woke up. Daesung went outside for a casual walk. Then Chango shared the good news. He had secured a rank gate. Daesung joked that all he had to do was go in and collect easy money. The scene shifted to the Hongma clan building. Rows of cars were parked outside the skyscraper. Many men in black uniforms gathered under the command of high-ranking hunter Jin Ki-hon. Jongwoo prepared to storm the building. The troops were ordered to subdue anyone who resisted, even if killing became necessary. Once Ki-hon gave the signal, the agents attacked the building from every direction. But when he and Jongwoo entered, they were shocked to see Hongma clan members already badly injured everywhere. Without hesitation, Captain Kim ordered the main force to fall back while the rest continued forward. On the way to Suu's office, they saw Junyoung looking exhausted, sitting alone. Confused, Jungwoo rushed past the piles of unconscious bodies toward Suu's office. With his weapon in hand, he demanded that the Hongma clan leader show himself. But he was shocked when he saw the villain already lying on the floor, beaten, bloody, and completely destroyed. Other troops entered and were just as confused. Before the captain could question the Seoul clan leader about what had happened, the seemingly unstable Junyoung caught their attention. He confirmed Seu's death and urged the revenge-filled inspector to calm down. Captain Ki-hong expressed concern that even for revenge, June had gone too far, but the grim-looking man explained that he had only dealt with the people outside. Then he shocked Ki-hong by revealing that Seu had already been found dead before he arrived. The news spread quickly. The leader of Hongma clan had been found dead, and the suspected culprit was Seoul clan leader Han Junyoung. Elsewhere, the bald old man was confused because he could not find any work. Even though he had formed a porter clan, using his one chance at fame, he was worried he would starve before getting hired. Then a phone call arrived at exactly the right time, restoring his hope. Meanwhile, inside Chango's car, Daesung confirmed that he had rejected every offer from the other clans. Chango bragged about Seoul Clan's incredible equipment, but Daesung did not care much because he was thinking about the superior equipment he already had from Hell. Then he got an idea and asked how much money could be earned from a C-rank gate. Chango began complaining that buying one had cost 50 million won and that 40% would disappear into taxes and fees. This confused Daesung. Then he cursed the greedy system. Chango explained that compared to clearing the gate itself, the real money came from ether cores. Then he asked whether Daesung would reconsider going in alone. That surprised Daesung, but Daesung insisted that Chango come with him. The man began sweating in fear. He revealed that he had asked his younger sister to handle the paperwork, and she had registered his best friend as a porter. Chango's eyes widened as he wondered whether his friend was trying to kill him. Finally, they arrived at a huge red C-rank gate. When the guard welcomed them, Chango handed over the entry form, which stated that only 2 hunters would enter. The guard was concerned and asked if they truly intended to clear a team gate with only 2 people, because the minimum was usually 100 hunters. Chango used the opportunity to argue that they should not open the gate just because a crazy A-rank hunter was involved. He added that he did not want to die while still single. But the guard opened the gate anyway to avoid trouble with this terrifying hunter. Chango tried to convince Daesung that even an S-rank hunter clearing a team portal alone made no sense. But Daesung simply grabbed him by the neck and dragged him into the gate. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, the final footage of Suwoo was being played. The recording showed someone forcing the arrogant man to kneel with telekinesis before twisting his limbs in different directions. Then, from a mysterious portal, an arm appeared and tore out Suwoo's heart. After watching the recording, the chairman asked the branch head and Captain Ki-hong whether they could find anything. Ki-hong said that one camera was not enough. The manager added that no aura trace had been found. Surprised, the chairman wondered if they were dealing with a shadow assassin. Meanwhile, outside the Red Gate, the bald old man, who had changed his name, arrived as a porter. The suspicious guard asked why he was late. With full confidence, the bald man asked whether Daesung was inside. When the guard confirmed it, the old man celebrated the opportunity of a lifetime. He believed he could collect all the leftovers from Daesung's hunt as the only porter. The scene then shifted to the past, right after Jinchul had been split in half. As his body regenerated from the fatal wound, he cried over his terrible luck and swore revenge. Suddenly, the same entity that had killed Soa appeared with a terrifying laugh. The creature offered to take revenge on his behalf. Meanwhile, as the main character entered the dungeon with his friend, Chango grew increasingly nervous while looking around. It was his first time entering a gate. Daesung pointed toward the swarm of approaching monsters. Chango panicked and asked why the creatures were so huge. The approaching monsters were grade 3 desert lizards. They looked at the two of them as nothing more than food. But the demon lord drew his sword with overwhelming excitement at the sight of so many monsters. Full of enthusiasm, he told his friend to watch closely. Then he jumped into the air. When he landed on top of the monsters, he activated his hidden third skill, Volcanic Inferno. The skill instantly burned the entire surrounding area and turned every monster into dust. From a distance, Chango watched in amazement. He felt both impressed and confused, wondering whether the person in front of him was truly the childhood friend he knew. When Daesung approached, Chango immediately scolded him for hiding such power all this time. With a relaxed smile, the Demon Lord answered that now everything had been shown. Filled with excitement, Chango declared that he had made up his mind. They would create a new clan that would become the strongest, not only in South Korea, but in the entire world. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the guards outside the gate, who began realizing something strange had happened. Thinking there was a problem with the gate, they panicked and immediately ordered someone to contact the main signal corps. Before anyone could leave, the bald old man saw someone come out of the portal. He was shocked when he realized the ones emerging were Daesung and Chango. Proudly, Daesung told the guard that they could handle the byproducts, because the gate had already been cleared. This left the guard completely confused. No one had ever cleared a gate that quickly. The bald old man immediately approached Daesung and handed him his business card. He introduced himself under the fake name and Daesung, then explained his details while reminding them that they had taken the exam together. He also said that he handled byproduct cleanup. When Daesung noticed that their names were almost the same, he began to grow suspicious. Chango then asked why the old man was alone if he worked for a porter clan. The old man proudly showed his card again and explained that he was the founder of the clan. He also claimed that the cleanup process would be fast from now on. Chango pressed further and asked if his name was really Daesung. With a thumbs up, the old man said he was willing to change his name in the future to avoid problems for both sides. The real Daesung became angry and annoyed. He left the place in frustration. The scene then shifted to a real estate agent, showing an apartment to the Demon Lord and his family. Daesung's younger sister looked extremely excited by the place. She liked the fact that every room had its own bathroom. Like any mother, Daesung's mother immediately asked about the price. The agent explained that the property was worth 18 billion won based on actual transactions. Seeing the mother's shocked expression, the agent explained that the high demand came from the location being close to the Hunter Association. He emphasized that safety had become extremely important in the current world, so the high price was understandable. The agent then asked whether her son was a successful hunter. Before his mother could answer, Daesung's sister proudly interrupted and said that her brother was an A-rank adventurer and would soon become S-rank. She also mentioned that the news had become a hot topic in the media. The agent said that explained why Daesung's face looked familiar. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord finished inspecting the house and immediately accepted it as his territory. He asked about the payment procedure and whether there was a discount for paying everything up front. The seller explained that a special contract could be offered if Daesung was an A-rank adventurer. At a residence representative meeting, a fund of 2 billion won had been collected to attract hunters. If someone met the requirements, they could receive a deposit subsidy of 10 billion won. The women fell silent in shock after hearing such a massive amount. Meanwhile, Daesung became excited. He could obtain the home for only 8 billion won, and if he reached S-rank, he might even save up to 10 billion. The scene then shifted to a woman walking down a dark street. She felt uneasy, as if someone were following her. Suddenly, she tripped, but someone caught her before she fell. Terrified, the woman asked who he was. The man answered with a creepy smile. As his face moved closer, his disgusting expression became clear. He told her that she had been chosen. The next day, the woman was found dead. Her body was taken to the autopsy room at the National Police Agency building. The autopsy officer reported that her death was the same as Suwoo's, making her the 10th victim in this major city. Captain Ki-hong suspected from experience that murders like this involved awakened people. Just when he thought things were calming down, he now had to deal with a new case, a serial killer. Inspector Jung-woo told Ki-hong not to worry and assured him that he would handle the case. But Captain Ki-hong ordered Jung-woo to prioritize searching for the gate at headquarters. As he left the A-rank area, Captain Ki-hong asked the forensic team to publish the investigation results. He also promised active support to the inspection office. Meanwhile, Jin Chel, cheater number 14, woke up inside a laboratory. When he opened his eyes, he was confused and screamed, demanding to know where he was. A scientist nearby looked pleased to see that he was awake. The scientist even mocked him for screaming like a baby. Jinchul again asked where he was. The scientist explained that the room looked like the laboratory inside the Hongma building. That made Jinchul realize he was in the awakened ampoule infusion room. The scientist then began explaining the situation to the confused man. He introduced himself as an elder of Hansei and said his name was Roman. He added that he was the one responsible for saving Jinchul by making a special request to the high priest. Jinchul noticed a strange eye watching him. Confused about how he had survived, he wondered if he was truly not dead. Roman explained that he had been reborn as a resident of Hansei. Even so, the young man remained lost in his own thoughts. Roman then showed him an ampoule and asked whether he wanted to rule the world with them. Meanwhile, Chango received a call from his close friend, the confident Demon Lord, who wanted to rise to S rank. Chango argued that clearing portals should be the main priority. But as he listened to his friend, he became curious about why Daesung suddenly wanted to buy a house. In the end, Chango decided to bid on every gate he could find. He also asked Daesung to make his own burden lighter by buying equipment from the Aura market. But who needed to buy equipment when he could obtain far superior gear from the Pantheon? With that thought, Daesung entered the Pantheon and chose an implementation mission from the Absolute Ruler's field. Out of 5 types of field implementation, he chose the 5th one, the Iron Castle of Balark. Then the Demon Lord was informed that the rulers in each field had been brainwashed by a transcendence from the sky. His mission was to defeat them. The necessary data loaded, and he prepared for implementation. The main character was teleported to Balark's Iron Castle. But what he found was nothing but cheap armor, a shield, and a sword. That immediately irritated him. He mocked the equipment and wondered whether using gear like this was supposed to make him weaker. The scene shifted to the office of the Korean Hunter Association branch manager. The manager was giving orders when an employee rushed in. Ocean Clan had failed to conquer a B-rank gate. The assistant manager could not believe it. Ocean Clan, led by Baek Heron, was one of the top 4 clans in Korea. But the employee explained that the monster inside the gate was incompatible with the captain's aura ability. Because of that, she had requested help from an S-rank hunter. Usually, such a request would cause concern, but the manager felt calm. After all, it was Baek Haran, an elegant and powerful figure, someone anyone would want to help. The manager immediately ordered them to contact S-rankers Chang Ski and Dongchul and tell them about the situation. The assistant thought it would be simple. He said there was no one in Korea who would reject a request from Baek Jirin, the best healer in the country. But the employee mentioned one exception, Russo from Fortress, who was known to hold a grudge against Baek Heron. After giving his final orders and authorizing the use of helicopters, the branch manager dismissed the staff. The scene then shifted to Hope Children's School, where children were playing outside, pretending to be hunters and monsters. Among them was Songchul, an S-rank hunter from Crow Clan, with a beard drawn on his face using a pencil. He happily played with the children. A nun approached CEO Dongchul, called him director, and informed him that there was an emergency notice from the Hunter Association. Without wasting time, the S-rank hunter asked the nun to look after the children. He explained that he had to handle a gate immediately. The nun looked worried and told him to be careful, but he reassured her with a smile. As one of the strongest hunters in South Korea, there was nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, another S-ranker, Lee Changshek, returned after clearing a C-rank gate on Jeju Island. He felt that small dungeons like that were boring and wanted a greater challenge. His secretary approached and informed him that Baek Heron from Ocean Clan had requested his help. Lee Changshik moved quickly and immediately called for a helicopter, preparing to depart. It was clear that he respected Lady Heron deeply. Her name alone was enough to move him. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Daesung faced the powerful gatekeeper of the Iron Castle. Under normal conditions, with his original strength, this guard would not have been a threat. But now he only had a curved sword and a ridiculous-looking ice shield. He sat for a moment, remembering how he had defeated this opponent in the past. His eyes studied the equipment he had been given. Then he began wondering whether the ice shield was the key to solving this puzzle. After realizing something, he stood up and prepared to face the guard. The scene returned to the B-rank gate that Ocean Clan had failed to clear. Reporters had gathered in front of the location, eager to capture an important moment for their viewers. They reported that Ocean Clan was preparing for a second attempt. Suddenly, Lady Heron appeared, and the reporters immediately rushed toward her, overwhelming her with questions. The moment they saw her, they seemed mesmerized. Ella approached one of the reporters and asked for the microphone so she could share important details with the public. Meanwhile, Rank 2 hunter Changshik and Dongchul arrived, ready to assist the woman from Ocean Clan. Changshik clearly had feelings for her. It was obvious from the attentive way he acted around her. The reporters began arguing over what headline they should use for their coverage. As the hunters entered the gate, a voice suggested that the reporters should use Changshik and Baekharan's names in the title to attract more public attention. The scene shifted back to the Pantheon, where Daesung was determined to burn the gatekeeper awake from its long sleep. The guard screamed as it awakened, ready to face whoever had disturbed its rest. Daesung thought carefully, knowing that one mistake could lead to destruction. He used lubricant strategically, causing the monster to lose its balance. When the creature fell, he immediately moved forward and stabbed his sword through the gatekeeper's seal. Just like that, he defeated it with ease, as if it were only a child's game. Daesung stood proudly, enjoying the moment as he remembered the sleeping giant's weakness. Right on time, he dropped the items he no longer needed. He knew they would be useless inside the Iron Castle. After entering the castle, his first priority was to find a weapon, but he quickly hit a dead end. Remembering his experience in Hell, he recalled a hidden button in the wall and found it immediately. When he pressed the button, access opened to Balark's treasure room, but the room would only be available for 5 minutes. Within 1.5 minutes, Daesung found the weapon he had been searching for. It was the Black Dragon Slayer sword, a famous weapon known for its effectiveness against dragon-type monsters. Although its power might not surpass the Great Sword of Infernal Fire, Daesung understood that the true value of a weapon depended on its user. A pen could be priceless in the hands of a scholar, but meaningless in the hands of someone who could not read. In the same way, his new weapon had enormous potential. With about 1 minute remaining, he decided to explore deeper into the treasure room. The glittering treasures caught his attention, and he began wondering if those items could be sold in the real world for a large profit. With the black sword in hand, he prepared to enter Balark's chamber. He kept himself calm, while reminding himself to view the old ruler as nothing more than a lonely and weak boss. Inside the B-rank dungeon, Ocean Clan fought endless waves of monsters. Dongchul grew irritated by the disgusting creatures screaming and smashed one of their mouths to silence it. After striking the monster's head with his weapon, he shouted for Ocean Clan to gather and launch a coordinated attack. In the middle of the chaos, Jirin encouraged Dongchul while supporting him. At that moment, Changshik appeared, covered in blood and exhaustion. He asked Heron if she would really have dinner with him if he helped clear the dungeon. Seeing his condition, Heron immediately healed him so his strength could recover. Changshik then revealed the head of the Ogre King as a trophy. Heron looked shocked and asked if he had truly faced a disaster-class threat alone. When Dongchul realized Ocean Clan still could not defeat the foul-smelling monster, frustration filled him. He felt like he was carrying the entire burden alone. Changshik approached Harin and reminded her about the dinner promise. Harin, confused, tried to remember when she had ever made such a promise. The scene returned to the Pantheon, where Daesung spent a large amount of points to use every stat-boosting potion available. As his stats increased, so did his confidence. Then he entered the final chamber. The moment he walked inside, he greeted his old enemy, Balark. But the greeting he received was not friendly. Balark immediately summoned a lizard dragon to attack him. On the other side, Daesung smiled and activated blood neutralization, transforming into a semi-demon. The scene shifted to a streamer named Jongchil doing a live stream. In his latest video, he discussed the strongest hunters in South Korea this week. According to Jongchil, first place belonged to Changshik. the youngest son of a famous chaebol family. He emphasized that Changshik's dedication to protecting homes and families contributed greatly to his ranking. Second place went to Dongchul. If he had to summarize Dongchul in one word, the answer would be father. As the director of Hope Orphanage, he considered every child who had lost their family to gate fractures as his own. He gave them care, support, and protection. Third place belonged to the honorable woman from Ocean Clan. Yongchil also mentioned the recent B-rank dungeon crisis. In that incident, the three hunters had worked together and cleared the dungeon in only 6 hours. After ending his live stream, Yongchil saw Daesung online and felt a strange sense of familiarity. He discovered that the Demon Lord had cleared a team-type dungeon by himself. It was something he found almost impossible to believe. The scene shifted to the Hunter Association building, where Jaik read the daily news with an unhappy expression because gates were being cleared too quickly. After finishing his work, a friend invited him to go drinking. Jaik refused, explaining that he had something to take care of at home. Still, he promised to join next time. Meanwhile, back in the Pantheon, Daesung struck the lizard dragon with a powerful punch, causing blood to spray across his body. The red stains awakened memories of the past, when he had often been covered in blood during battle. Then his focus shifted to the final boss. He prepared himself for the decisive fight. When the boss launched the first attack, Daesung dodged with agility and prepared for the next exchange. Balak continued attacking without pause, but Daesung blocked every strike with ease, as if the fight were nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Then Daesung declared that it was his turn. He poured pulsing purple aura into his sword. But before he could attack, the boss surprised him with a new skill. Caught off guard and irritated, Daesung watched as Balak used Lightning Dragon and transformed into a monarch-like form. With a mocking smile, the Demon Lord looked down on the creature and called it nothing more than a lizard trying to become a dragon. In an instant, he counterattacked and destroyed Balak with one powerful slash. As Balak collapsed, a mysterious being suddenly appeared before Daesung. It claimed to be a divine, celestial being. The scene shifted back to Earth, where a serial killer had just obtained another heart. He contacted Jake, the manager of the gate search team, and addressed him as priest. The killer reported to Haikar that all the hearts had been collected. Haikar praised him and said he would contact the Hunter Association to prepare the sacrificial ritual. Curious, the killer asked when the altar would be destroyed. Haikar told him to wait until enough valuable sacrifices had been gathered before taking action. The scene returned to Daesung, whose system suddenly became unstable. A warning appeared about the infiltration of an unknown entity. The status board revealed that the being was one of the celestial transcendents. However, the rest of its information remained hidden. Suddenly, the system notified him that the field had been applied. Realizing this was the perfect opportunity, Daesung immediately activated Absolute Body Reinforcement, the skill he had recently obtained. The celestial being asked whether Daesung intended to interfere with its plan. Then it launched an aura sphere at him, confident that the fight was already over. But against all expectations, Daesung appeared completely unharmed, crushing the enemy's expectations. In an instant, he retaliated with a powerful punch that struck the celestial being. The creature believed it could not be harmed. But Daesung's hand pierced through its body, leaving it speechless for a moment. With a faint smile, Daesung mocked it and asked if it still felt confident. Then he unleashed the ultimate skill of hell, Eternal Pain of Infernal Flame. It was a devastating attack that could only be used inside this domain. The celestial being could not withstand the overwhelming power. As flames consumed its body, its form slowly disappeared into a black hole. In its final attempt, the creature complained that it would tell its mother about this. The system then notified Daesung that the celestial being had vanished, marking his victory. After that, Daesung was ordered to climb to the throne in order to complete the mission. His hand touched the wall, and the wall transformed into stairs. As he climbed, the monsters of hell praised him and begged to be freed from the abyss so they could take revenge. Once he sat on the throne, the mission was complete. The monsters he had defeated during the challenge were summoned again as his subordinates. But their voices quickly became annoying. With a single gesture, he ordered them to leave until he called for them again. Back on Earth, an A-rank gate appeared and immediately caused a massive disturbance. Questions erupted everywhere as the association president entered the building. Under pressure from hunters and the public, the president asked the branch manager whether this portal resembled the one that had destroyed a city 5 years ago. The manager explained the details they had collected, emphasizing the scale of the threat and the urgency of the situation. In response, the president ordered the deployment of every available hunter. He also requested support from the World Association to face the coming crisis. The scene returned to Daesung as he reviewed all of his skills and the growth of his power so far. Realizing that it still was not enough, he decided to obtain an additional skill. For that purpose, he entered a dangerous region called the Valley of Spiders. Meanwhile, the association president held a conference with all senior officials. Those who could not attend in person joined through video call. The branch manager reported that all preparations had been completed. He explained that the purpose of the meeting was to find a solution for the A-rank gate that had appeared in Dokdong. On the other side, a prison transport vehicle carried Junyoung in handcuffs. He wondered who had killed Suwoo. Even the most experienced assassin should not have been able to do something like that. That realization made him uneasy. He felt that something enormous was happening right now. His mind filled with worry for Choyoung. Meanwhile, Chango struggled to eat while blaming himself for everything that had happened. A nurse gently suggested that he eat at least once a day to survive. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to move him to intravenous fluids. Tears streamed down Choyoung's face as she felt helpless and useless, struggling under the weight of her emotions. Back in the conference room, the availability of hunters was being discussed. Chung-soo, the leader of Fortress Class, informed everyone that Rias had not returned from training. Meanwhile, Cho Han-wook, the vice captain of Marvel Clan, said that their captain, Han-ul, was currently busy developing aura weapons in Silicon Valley. The branch manager then turned to the trio of S-rankers who had conquered the B-rank dungeon and asked whether they were available for the next mission. Dong Chul lazily expressed his interest, saying he did not see any other option. Chang Shik also agreed, mentioning his duty to fulfill his promise to Heron regarding their date. Hearing that, Jiren jokingly protested and insisted that she had already gone on a date with him. Changshik replied that it could not be considered a proper date because Dongchul had been there too. The conversation turned light for a moment. Then Dongchul interrupted and assured the manager that he would handle the situation. He emphasized that support from every available A-rank hunter would be necessary. In response, the chairman ordered the branch manager to prepare 100 A-rank hunters and 100,000 ether cores. Voices of disagreement rose in the room. Several people expressed concern, saying that such an amount was massive, equal to an entire year's budget for the Hunter Association. The chairman silenced them. He assured everyone that they would be properly compensated for their efforts, while emphasizing the importance of the mission. Jake, sitting among the officials, smiled while forming a dangerous and cunning plan. After the conference ended, a public announcement was made, urging nearby residents to evacuate immediately to Hunter Association shelters. As dark clouds gathered and rain began to fall, the hunters prepared for the challenge. With all preparations complete, they gathered near the gate, whispering among themselves about the sudden appearance of such a dangerous portal. The atmosphere was full of anxiety and anticipation. Many A-rankers admitted they had joined the mission only because the 3 S-rankers were present. Otherwise, they would never dare enter the dungeon. Sensing the danger ahead, Dongchul jokingly asked Changshik if he still wanted to have dinner with Jirin. With firm determination, Dongchul encouraged the hunters and urged them to fight together. He gave a few pieces of advice before leading everyone into the dungeon. Once they entered, they found something surprising. The place felt peaceful. Dongchul ordered all hunters to check their communication devices and spread out so they could cover a wider area. The group separated, including Jiren and Changshik, to gather as much information as possible about this new territory. Every hunter tested their headset to make sure it was working. Meanwhile, Chango repeatedly tried to contact Daesung. When Daesung finally answered the call, Chango's frustration exploded as he complained about the current situation. Chango was busy moving into the new house. He told Daesung about the appearance of the A-rank dungeon. He said that every hunter above B-rank had been called. Daesung observed the location and realized it was close to his new home. He asked his friend why an evacuation order had been issued just because of one gate. One of his friends explained the incident involving an A-rank gate fracture that had happened 5 years earlier. As he headed toward the new house, Daesung asked his friend about the possibility of becoming S-rank if he solved this problem. Chango pretended to be shocked and said that all his best friend wanted was to reach S-rank status. Inside the gate, dangerous blood wolves appeared. Scout-type hunters reported their positions to one another. Suddenly, they were surrounded by threatening creatures. Humanity had once nearly headed toward destruction until ether cores were discovered. These magical resources, left behind by monsters defeated inside gates, became a new energy source. Because of that, people believed the number of ether cores needed to operate aura equipment could determine the success of a raid. Surrounded by danger, Dongchul suggested that everyone use ether cores to strengthen their aura equipment. Meanwhile, to keep the wolf pack away, Changshik used a wide area aggro skill, even though he hated doing it. While the white-haired hunter drew the monster's attention, Dongchul prepared to attack with Jiren's support. With his deadly skill fully charged, the muscular man told his target that this one-time use skill required more than 1 billion ether cores. Wrapped in flashes of lightning, the S-rank hunter released the lightning skill into the ground. The attack instantly burned every monster across a wide area. After that, Harin's speed enhancement skill activated, giving the hunters an overwhelming boost. With renewed power and morale, they prepared to finish off the monsters. Meanwhile, outside the city, ruins filled the streets. A group of Hangma survivors gathered, but a scout warned that the police were approaching, triggering panic. As they tried to escape, a young man with curly hair was stopped by a police car. Blinded by the headlights, the group heard a strange voice telling them to surrender or face false drug charges. The man pulled out a blade, ready to fight or die. But to their surprise, a famous hunter stepped out of the car. He laughed at how pathetic the leaders of Hangma clan had become, making them angry. Looking better than before, Jinchul invited them to join him. Seeing a dead man return to life, they could only stand frozen in shock. With a wounded smile, Jinchul offered the survivors a new purpose. Meanwhile, back inside the gate, it seemed the attack had ended. The hunters wondered if, for the first time, an A-rank gate had been cleared without casualties. As Jiren healed the wounded, Dongchul laughed and said he could clear many portals with her healing ability. But Jiren sighed and began explaining at length how many expensive ether cores her skill consumed. As she went into the logistics, Dongchul's ears almost began bleeding from her S-rank nagging skill. Of course, Changshik did not miss the chance to tease them, making the atmosphere awkward. Nearby, one hunter picked up a rare ether core from a corpse before the upper half of his body was crushed. His teammates could only stare as a majestic white wolf with 4 glowing eyes appeared. Outside, the atmosphere was full of tension. Experts on the news expressed concern because the rank team was taking too long to clear the gate. A reporter announced that 10 hours had already passed, causing the association to send as many A-rank hunters as possible. Watching the news, the branch manager grew irritated because support from the World Hunter Association had not arrived yet. Since no one could enter the gate, they could only gather reserve forces outside and hope the Dream Team succeeded. Meanwhile, inside the gate, the hunters began a battle by raining arrows toward the giant monster. But the creature was completely unaffected. The monster advanced and raised its claws to crush the entire force. The white-haired swordsman stopped the attack just in time. He used a skill, but the monster's hard claws absorbed the full impact, leaving him with no time to breathe. The monster attacked Changshik again. The force of the strike made the S-rank hunter cough blood as he tried to resist. Dongchul saved him just in time. Harin healed Changshik's wounds, and as usual, he began flirting again. The beautiful woman from Ocean Clan told him to stop joking and focus so they would not waste their final skill. Since their ether cores had been depleted after recovery, the White Knight returned to battle to protect Dongchul with his strongest attack. Korea's top hunter brought down the giant white monster in one strike. Everyone started praising him. This irritated Dongchul because he was tired of always losing the spotlight. Suddenly, a piercing sound stabbed into everyone's ears. To everyone's shock, a humanoid wolf appeared and cursed the hunters for daring to enter its world. Supported by the white giants, the morale of the hunters immediately collapsed. Changshik went silent. But Dongchul quickly ordered everyone to gather. The gate fracture caused panic at the association, shocking both the receptionist and the manager. They believed it meant the raid team had been wiped out. Even without hope, the manager immediately ordered the reserve troops to deploy and called for every foreign hunter available. Meanwhile, the wolf leader stood before his army of giant monsters and declared the beginning of the massacre. Meanwhile, the wolf leader led his army of giant monsters and declared that the massacre would begin. Near the gate, Captain Kyun commanded the reserve forces and read the names of the participating clans. He felt disappointed when he saw how many B-rank hunters had been gathered. But then he finally called out Daesung's clan. The moment he saw Daesung, the captain recognized him as the A-rank hunter the president had been searching for. As the captain began reading the instructions, Daesung looked annoyed. His friend had not arrived, and he had not even contacted him. Then Daesung realized the problem was actually his own fault. He was the one who had not answered. Suddenly, a massive sound echoed from the fractured gate and shook the entire city. Everyone became anxious, but the Demon Lord smiled with excitement. Inside the gate, the raid team lay scattered among the bodies of wolf monsters. Even though the elite hunters had fought with everything they had, the giants were far beyond them. Dongchul tried to save another hunter while shouting at everyone to fight seriously if they did not want to become food. Meanwhile, Korea's strongest hunter continued defeating monsters one after another. Exhausted, he wondered how much longer Dongchul and the others could hold on. The scene shifted to the past, when Dongchul had received a protective artifact from the association branch manager. The manager explained that it was a precious gift from the president, made from an S-rank ether core. When Dongchul worried about the cost, the manager reassured him. The president considered the lives of the hunters more important than the price. He asked Dongchul to promise that he would bring everyone back alive. Jokingly, Dongchul said the president should stop having so many children to worry about. Then he swore he would protect the team. Back in the gate, Dongchul pulled out the artifact after confirming that everyone had gathered. When he placed it on the ground, a huge barrier formed around the raid team and pushed back every wolf monster that attacked. Dongchul proudly bragged about the most advanced German technology. But then the wolf chief leaped into the air and slammed his axe down on the barrier. The shield shook like jelly. The hunters panicked, afraid the defense would break. The S-rank hunter simply laughed at the wolf chief's useless attempt. When a young hunter anxiously asked what they should do next, Dongchul casually picked his nose and said they would wait and see. The spiky-haired S-rank hunter bragged that patience always brought results, leaving Chongshik and Haran as unwilling witnesses. While the hunters were still confused, a suspicious hooded man from Hansei activated an artifact. A crack suddenly appeared in the portal. The strange phenomenon immediately caught the wolf chief's attention. The hunters were shocked as well. Looking toward the gate that led to the human world, the White Wolf King smiled with terrifying delight. This time, the monster army would hunt humanity. The giant wolves began invading Earth and crushing the weak front line. True chaos broke out when the wolf chief landed in the middle of the city and spun his axe. The shockwaves swept away the soldiers who were trying to understand what had happened. A drone approached, but the Wolf King destroyed it with a roar, cutting off the visual feed to the association. The branch manager grew furious. With no clear view, he confirmed the monster's next target and ordered reserve units to deploy. Meanwhile, the familiar young blogger launched a drone and started live streaming. From the rooftop of a building near the gate, Dongchul spoke dramatically to his viewers, trying to turn this mysterious disaster into content. Even though he was far from the danger, the coward proudly talked about his bravery and dedication. Then, a giant, drooling wolf appeared above him and destroyed his fake confidence instantly. When he saw a severed arm fall from the monster's mouth, the blogger collapsed in terror. The wolf lunged at him, and he cried like a child. Everything ended when Daesung arrived and saved the day. With one clean strike, he cut off the white wolf's head. The blogger turned and saw Daesung standing there in epic armor from head to toe. But Daesung ignored him and headed straight toward the largest wolf. Surrounded by giant wolves, Daesung provoked the Wolf King by calling his army a pack of stray dogs, dirtying his territory. Enraged, the arrogant king charged, but his axe was easily stopped by the ruler of hell. Inside the shelter near the gate, panicked civilians tried to enter while watching the live stream on their phones. Strangely, even though the association had lost its drones, the blogger had somehow monopolized the disaster coverage through his own live stream. After the stream reached 1 million viewers, the greedy boy continued broadcasting without caring about safety. In the control room, an employee opened the live stream on his phone and showed it to the manager. Everyone was shocked to see an A-rank hunter facing a threat that had defeated 3 S-rank hunters. Back at the scene, Daesung calmly watched the wolves gather like a dark version of the Power Rangers. Then several massive white wolves charged at the same time. At that moment, Daesung's anger surged. He released the flames of the infernal sword, burning the wolves from the outside to the inside. The Wolf King angrily extinguished the fire with a swing of his axe. Finally acting according to his title, the king ordered his army to fall back and declared that he would fight one-on-one. Impressed by the monster's courage, Daesung stabbed his sword into the ground and called upon the power of hell. An overwhelming energy erupted from his body. The Wolf King and the blogger were shocked when a massive dragon appeared in the sky. But that was only the beginning. Hearing their master's call, more creatures from hell began appearing. The branch manager and Captain Ki-hung's reserve team were terrified by the sight. Seeing Daesung supported by epic summons, the wolves could only growl in fear. Using the Wolf King's own words against him, the Demon King ordered his army to destroy the rest while he handled the boss. As the giant dragon descended from the sky, Captain Ki-hung and his unit approached Daesung's summons. Seeing the dragon tear the wolves apart with its claws, Ki-hung wondered whether the creature was friend or foe. 2 other summons chased the terrifying wolves like they were puppies, hunting them down without difficulty. Meanwhile, civilians inside the shelter watched the livestream in confusion as monsters slaughtered other monsters. Overwhelmed, the branch manager called Chango as the representative of Daesung's guild. Without wasting time, he demanded an explanation about the legend they were watching. That legend, meanwhile, was still provoking the Wolf King for fun. Daesung walked forward with a threatening presence, encouraging the proud monster to throw a heavy punch. Daesung blocked it with ease. With a terrifying smile, he unleashed a storm of attacks that overwhelmed the arrogant beast. Impressed by the boss's durability, he praised the A-rank monster, saying it looked like a dog that barked loudly but could not actually bite. Then the proud boss suddenly started moving wildly, trying to escape the Demon Lord. When Daesung invited the Wolf King to make his next move, the dog tucked its tail and ran as fast as it could. Daesung was speechless. It seemed the Wolf King realized that Daesung's true power came from pandemonium. But the Demon Lord had no intention of letting things end that easily. He chased the monster and asked why a dog was running on 2 legs. Then he kicked it like a thug, making the proud king stumble like a puppy learning to walk. As if humiliation were not enough, Daesung made sure the monster could not escape. He ordered his dragon to catch the dog. The puppy stared with its jaw open, as massive claws dragged its body across the ground like it was being shaved against the pavement. Standing on the burned body of the dog in the street, Daesung brutally cut it open to retrieve its core. At the same time, the top-ranked hunters finally came out of the fractured portal. Dongchul felt frustrated because he did not see any reinforcements. Jiren tried to save the survivors and urged the 2 strongest hunters in Korea to join forces against the wolf boss. Dongchul left Jiren alone for a moment. Suddenly, she sensed demonic energy. A small scream escaped her lips. A few moments earlier, a wolf had leaped toward her, but of course, no one would let the beautiful lady from Ocean Clan die. The giant dog's head flew off, cleanly cut by Daesung's shining armored knight. Baek Heron stared in awe. Not recognizing him, she asked whether he was a hunter. When Korea's #1 hunter saw a monster defeated with 1 strike, he froze completely. As if summoned by jealousy, Chang Shik rushed at Daesung, trying to protect the woman he liked. Naturally, Daesung dodged him with ease. Jiren and Dongchul called out to Changshek because his movement seemed strange. The white-haired swordsman looked shocked that some random person could dodge his blade so easily. He said he had mistaken Daesung for a monster. Hearing that, Everyone began thinking about his words. Changshik explained that out of every monster aura he had ever sensed, Daesung's was the strongest. That detection ability impressed the Demon Lord. Acknowledging each other, the two introduced themselves, and with that, the disaster came to an end. The scene shifted to a meeting between the S-Rankers and the association chairman. Dongchul smiled with satisfaction because the chairman's expensive artifact had saved many lives. Changshik, however, said they should focus more on the portal fracture itself. Meanwhile, Haran was still thinking about the Demon Lord who had suddenly awakened from a coma and transformed into an unbelievable figure. The masked S-Ranker remained silent. The chairman then stated the main purpose of the meeting. They had to decide whether Daesung should be promoted to S-Rank. Naturally, no one objected. Haran even joked that the others could take more days off if the chairman made proper use of him. Changshik acknowledged Daesung's strength and added that he had done the impossible by conquering an A-Rank gate alone. Then the masked S-Ranker finally spoke. He said Daesung had already gone far beyond S-Rank. Meanwhile, on a newly viral channel, the vlogger kid interviewed the bald old man while pretending to have a close connection with Daesung. At Daesung's clan office, Chango saw his friend's name trending in every video. Not long after, the man at the center of all the attention entered the office. Chango welcomed him enthusiastically, almost like a flatterer, making Daesung wonder if his friend was under some kind of influence. Getting straight to the point, Daesung asked why he had been called. His friend explained that they were going to receive a new license. Reporters from all over the world had gathered outside the Hunter Association building, waiting eagerly for Daesung's arrival. The shining star finally arrived with his best friend. The girls in the crowd went wild when they saw him. Chango suggested that he greet his fans. The moment Daesung raised his hand, the girls screamed and asked him to marry them. Daesung froze in silence. Inside the chairman's office, the elegant old man thanked Daesung for his service. Chango laughed and said they had only done their duty. Then the chairman signaled for his secretary to bring out a new, shining S-Rank license. They stared at it in awe. It was an object most people would never see in their entire lives. The chairman congratulated Daesung and offered to grant him one request, no matter what it was. That immediately caught the Demon Lord's interest. He suddenly had a brilliant idea that could make him extremely rich without leaving home. After confirming that the promise was serious, he smiled slyly and asked for unlimited access to every gate. That request made the clans furious. They believed Daesung was trying to monopolize everything. The president remembered Hanul's advice. They could not afford to reject the demand of their most valuable hunter. Daesung humbly clarified that he wanted his summons to handle the gates on their own. The elegant old man was stunned. One summon could clear an entire gate by itself? The scene shifted to a gothic-looking girl named Ryu, sitting at her computer. After seeing Daesung all over the internet, the witch from Fortress Clan instantly fell for him. She believed she had finally found someone who could heal her condition. When she left her room for the first time in 6 months, her father was shocked and immediately began looking for the hero she wanted. Meanwhile, several clan representatives gathered in front of the branch manager, like frustrated single mothers at a supermarket. They complained that Daesung was leaving no gates for smaller clans. He was taking away their livelihood, and they insisted that it was unfair. Seeing the situation develop, the branch manager, who had already expected this, asked what they wanted him to do. A solution was proposed. Daesung would be limited to high-ranking gates, and A-rank gates would require cooperation with other clans. On the other side, completely unaware of how many enemies he had made, Daesung was busy losing at a video game. Chango called him repeatedly until he finally answered. His best friend scolded him for not picking up, while the Demon Lord explained that he had been busy gaming. But like an angry mother, Chango kept lecturing him and forced him to come to the clan building. Now in the clan office, Chango explained the complaints that had forced the gate monopoly rules to be changed. Small guilds were going bankrupt because Daesung's summons had taken their work. Because of that, Daesung's clan was only allowed to freely take B-rank gates. For A-rank gates, the association required cooperation with other clans. Feeling wealthy enough, Daesung simply told Chango to focus on bidding for A-rank gates. Chango casually admitted that with only 2 members, their money was already overwhelming. He had even bought a clan building using his share. With a sly smile, the Demon King told him to choose only the most profitable gates. Chango was impressed by his business mindset. Changing the subject, he asked whether the equipment had been sold. Chango explained that it was difficult to sell equipment that could not use ether cores. Daesung had hoped to sell it to buy more property for his family, so he asked if there was another way. Chango then mentioned Mr. Park Dong-hooke, a legendary aura engineer. He added that the man was known by clan leader Jun, but Jun was currently imprisoned, so that option was not available. Still, Chango remembered someone else who could connect them to Dong-hooke. The scene shifted to Heart Clan, which was cooperating to clear a C-rank gate. Because Daesung had not wiped everything out, they were able to complete the gate through teamwork. But just as they were about to leave, the leader noticed a silhouette approaching. It was cheater number 14, staring at them with contempt. With an evil smile, he ordered his zombie troops to destroy the hunters. Members of Heart Clan began wondering whether the attacker was even human. Sensing the danger, their leader ordered everyone to prepare for battle. But moments later, their bodies were lying dead on the ground. Jinchul took the leader's aura and copied his appearance. The scene shifted to the Demon Lord's mansion, where his family was watching the news. They learned that 12 people had been kidnapped. His sister joked that maybe aliens were behind it. With a mother's natural worry, Daesung's mother became concerned for her daughter's safety and suggested that she avoid leaving the apartment for a while. Then she asked whether her son was hungry. The starving demon lord asked for a lot of meat. The scene shifted to an altar, where hearts were being roasted like food in an oven. A serial killer began a ritual with his followers. Jinchul stepped forward and received a blessing from the killer. Cheater number 14, now revived, wanted only revenge against Daesung. He believed his new power would finally help him achieve it. Then the scene shifted to a child playing with a ball. Suddenly, a massive hole appeared in the ocean, stirring curiosity. The child's parents ran over and stopped him from approaching the dangerous opening. A crowd began gathering and debating the sudden appearance of a gate in such an unusual location. An employee received the report and informed the branch manager. The manager became anxious because he recognized it as an A-rank ocean gate, one of the most challenging types. He asked whether cooperation requests had been sent to every clan. The employee explained that the 5 major clans had all submitted bids. Strangely, they all included the same condition. To clarify the situation, it was revealed that Dongchul had visited Daesung's clan building to meet Director Chango. Dongchul proposed a joint raid on the Ocean Gate. Then Changshik suddenly entered and joined the discussion. Chango was surprised to see so many S-rankers in his building. The moment Changshik saw Dongchul, he started a confrontation. He reminded Dongchul that he had previously said he wanted to rest from raids and spend time with the children. Changshek then made the same proposal to Chango, offering to raid the water gate together. He even offered to cover all information costs and other essential expenses. Meanwhile, Ocean Clan had a similar discussion in their meeting room. Their leader, Harin, convinced her team that she wanted to help Daesung because she owed him her life. Her team accepted the decision enthusiastically, with no objections. At Marvel Clan headquarters, a similar debate took place. The vice captain argued with the captain about the decision to join a gate raid with another group. Captain Hanul said he wanted to meet Daesung and study an ability that seemed to surpass S-rank. Back with the main character, Daesung was busy assigning guard duties to his shadow servants. He appointed 2 main subordinates to protect his family while he was away. His subordinates showed great enthusiasm, swearing to risk their lives to carry out his orders without fail. When the Demon Lord exited the Pantheon, the Hell Witch Ryu Seon saw him and wondered if that portal was the source of his strange power. She introduced herself as a pillar of Fortress Clan, but Daesung simply called her Fortress Girl and demanded to know why she had come. She approached him, stared at him sharply, and asked for help. As she came closer, Daesung instinctively pushed her away. Then he noticed that her body had transformed into a black magic doll. He briefly wondered if she had some kind of ninja ability, but then he sensed demonic aura leaking from the doll. That made him question whether there was a connection between them. In the next scene, the clans gathered along the beach, preparing for the operation. They saw a dragon flying toward them. As it came closer, Daesung descended from the dragon and landed gracefully before the clans. While everyone was amazed by the experience of seeing someone ride a dragon, Daesung was only annoyed by the quality of the ride. He noticed the same ninja-like girl from before, biting her finger in frustration and cursing everyone. Daesung approached and asked, "Are you from hell?" The Hell Witch did not fully understand the meaning of the question, but she nodded. Strangely, she felt comfortable near him. When she was close to Daesung, she could even ignore all the noise around her. Then she asked to stay with him inside the gate. Before he could answer, her old rival, Lady Heron, appeared. The hostility between the two women was obvious. They started facing off, but the conflict was immediately stopped when Daesung released a nearly invisible wave attack. After the situation calmed down, everyone moved toward the gate. The Hell Witch refused to separate from the Demon Lord. She insisted on boarding the same ship, which only made Daesung more annoyed. The mood grew tense when a serial killer joined the operation, most likely intending to ruin Daesung's plan and possibly target his mind. As the ship passed through the gate, the atmosphere became heavier and dark clouds covered the sky. Someone used a famous detection skill known for its effectiveness. He sensed monsters and immediately warned everyone. But instead of horrifying creatures, the hunters found adorable little spirits. They were so cute that no one wanted to hurt them. Suddenly, a huge wave slammed into the ship, and a massive monster called Queen Geiger rose from the ocean. The terrifying sight made most hunters panic. The monster released countless tentacles, captured the white spirits, and used them as bait to lure the hunters in. Fortunately, Daesung immediately pulled out his dagger and saved them from death. His only goal was to return home as quickly as possible, and the fastest way to do that was to defeat the boss monster. Then the creature dived back into the sea and disappeared. Though slightly reluctant, Daesung asked the Hell Witch for help. As payment for solving her personal problem, he gave her the task of catching the monster and forcing it out of hiding. She accepted the request and moved immediately. Meanwhile, Daesung contacted the leader of Ocean Clan and asked her to handle the flying monsters. Heron was confused at first, but then she looked up and saw a swarm of insects descending from the sky. While everyone fought the monsters, Jinchul began executing his evil plan. He activated stealth and hid, declaring that his mission was to hunt the hunters. After preparing her magic, the Hell Witch dove into the ocean to prove her ability. The scene shifted to a cafe where Chango had invited Choyoung. When she arrived, someone was already waiting with hopeful eyes. They exchanged formal greetings, creating a polite atmosphere. Back at the battle, the Hell Witch used an aroma skill to lure the monster back to the surface. Daesung spread wings from his back, drew his sword, and shot toward the beast. The system warned him that the Flame King's breath skill had changed, allowing fire clouds to fall from above. Without hesitation, he activated the skill and fired a gigantic fireball straight into the monster's mouth. The creature closed its mouth, wondering if it had caught something. Within seconds, blisters appeared all over its body. Then it exploded. Watching from nearby, the Hell Witch began to realize that Daesung had exceeded every expectation. She shouted that he had to keep his promise and fix her condition. Daesung told her to wait a little longer. There were still monsters left to deal with. Meanwhile, Jiren continued holding off the sky monsters by using aura skills to boost the team's morale and strength. At the same time, Jinchul's group prepared their wicked plan. Jinchul boarded Jiren's ship and decided to eliminate the celebrity first before taking revenge on Daesung. As he approached Lady Heron, he sensed a terrifying presence coming closer. His anxiety grew when he realized it was Daesung. Annoyed, the main character moved toward Lady Heron's ship and asked about the situation. Heron said she was doing everything she could to control the battlefield. As Daesung approached, the revived cheater number 14 tried to take advantage of the opening and attack for revenge. But the moment Jinchul thought about it, Daesung's special eye skill activated. It could detect every hostile target within 1 kilometer. Daesung switched to an old mode and fired a wave of fireballs that targeted both the monsters and Jinchul's team. Chaos erupted inside Ocean Clan when they saw their own allies being attacked. Jiren demanded an explanation from Daesung, but before he could answer, Jinchul appeared. Daesung's previous attack had disabled his stealth, and now he was furious about being interrupted. The hunters around them looked at Jinchul and questioned his identity. Daesung asked if he was the sea monster that had survived from that day, but the revived cheater only wanted revenge. He injected a drug into his body and became wrapped in a dark aura. With a heavy cough, he vomited black liquid, then dived into the sea. The hunters quickly recognized him as a member of Hongma clan, but they were confused because everyone believed he had died during the license exam. Suddenly, black fog swallowed the ship and blinded the hunters. Tentacles radiating evil aura rose from the water and pierced several hunters. One tentacle reached Lady Heron and shattered her barrier. Daesung reacted instantly, grabbing the tentacle with his bare hand and saving her. With overwhelming strength, he twisted the tentacle and forced the monster out of the sea. Screaming in pain, Jinchul emerged as a Class S Giger King monster, completely convinced that he would finally get revenge. Gathering all of his power, Jinchul launched a devastating attack at Daesung, hoping to see him destroyed. The scene shifted to the cafe. Shango assured Shoyoung that they were prepared to spend all of their resources to save the director in exchange for her help. Desperate to save her director, Choyoung asked what kind of help they needed. Without wasting time, Chango asked whether she could help contact Dr. Park Dong-hook. Choyoung replied that the doctor's location was secret. She suggested discussing it directly with the director. Meanwhile, back in the Ocean Gate, the monster had knocked every hunter into the sea. Daesung considered using a special skill, but he hesitated because it might endanger everyone around him. With no other choice, he allowed Jinchul, now transformed into the Giger King, to grab him with tentacles. Jinchul launched a brutal assault, with the determination to kill. Members of Ocean Clan could only stare. Then they saw Daesung flying above the sea, preparing to face the threat. Shocked, Heron asked how he could do something so massive. Daesung warned her to stay away from the attack if she wanted to live. Cutting through the air, Daesung activated extreme fury and created a blazing field of fire. In an instant, Jinchul was blown to pieces, while swearing that he would wait for Daesung in hell. The crowd erupted in disbelief and awe at the unexpected victory. Suddenly, Daesung received a notification about the specters and obtained new skills: stealth, transformation, and the ability to use water aura. When the gate opened, the bald old man arrived with his Porter clan, jokingly referred to as the Rice Cake Clan. Then Daesung suddenly received a notification from the Pantheon. A celestial being had entered the Ghost King's territory, forcing him to act immediately. He told the Hell Witch that their business was finished and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, inside a prison cell, a visitor came to meet Captain Junyoung. When the door opened, Choyoung stood before him, ready to discuss something important. Her presence calmed Captain Jun, who felt relieved to see that she was doing well. She asked about Dr. Park and his location. The captain gave her the information, saying the man might have a way to restore damaged aura. But he also warned her to be careful because there might be a connection to Hongma. Inside the Pantheon, Daesung received a notification that a servant had joined him. Curious, he turned around and saw the Hell Witch standing behind him. Shocked, he asked how she had entered. Sayon excitedly revealed that she wanted Daesung to become her master and teach her magic. Daesung checked her status panel and became irritated because she might interfere with his plan. It turned out that the person who had placed the magic seal on her had registered her as a servant. When the seal was cancelled, Daesung became the new owner of that status. Although he was reluctant at first, he saw no other choice and decided to bring her to the Ghost King's territory. When the teleportation happened, Daesung found himself chained to a wall. The Hell Witch looked around in amazement at the equipment scattered across the table. Daesung called her and asked for help escaping. He explained that his power had been sealed by the chains, so he could not break free. The girl said she would try. She quickly succeeded. Surprised, Daesung asked how she had done it. She simply showed him a key she had created with magic, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. Daesung looked out the window and pointed at a monster. He told his servant that it was the chief prison guard, the Soul Collector. The Hell Witch asked for permission to fight it alone. The scene shifted to a garage, where Choyoung arrived in a car and invited Chango to come with her. She offered to take him to Dr. Park's laboratory. Meanwhile, Dr. Park was reading the news and saw an article about his subordinate, Jinchul. But he remained calm, believing he had more than enough backup samples. His laptop notified him that Cho-young had entered the building, and he looked pleased. It was clear that he had expected the girl to come. He even referred to her as an experimental subject. Back with Daesung and Seon in the Ghost King's domain, the Hell Witch launched a debuff attack that paralyzed the guard and forced it to its knees. Daesung then ended the monster's life. After the initial mission was completed, Daesung received 1 skill point for Soyeon. The Gothic girl proudly showed off her new abilities in Hell. Ignoring her, Daesung told her to prepare a doll because the danger would only increase from this point on. Surprised that her master already knew her abilities, she followed along casually. Soon, they arrived at a tomb labyrinth and received the next mission. Standing before the life-draining maze, the ruler of Hell said he had already memorized the path, but just in case, he asked Seon for 1 doll. When the girl asked what it was for, Daesung said he would summon her once he reached the other side. In reality, he was prepared to sacrifice it. Still, the girl teased him, saying he looked like he was being considerate. Once again ignoring her comment, Daesung prepared to conquer the labyrinth. He moved quickly, breaking through walls, triggering traps, and enduring life-draining effects. His body aged faster than expected. But Daesung kept moving without concern. He dodged the attacks of the prison guards with incredible skill. When he saw the exit, he rushed toward the final section. But without noticing the ambush, he was attacked by another guard and forced to fight back. That drained even more of his life force. Unable to move, he saw thorny plants crawling toward him. Determined to survive, Daesung suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, on Earth, Cho-young and Chango parked in front of Dr. Park's laboratory. Chango was shocked by how difficult the place was to find. Cho-young said she had come there before. They both saw a large elevator at the entrance. Suddenly, the curtain opened, revealing Dr. Namju's terrifying assistant, who welcomed them back to Hell. The witch, busy with her magic, suddenly heard her master calling. After hearing for the 1,000th time that she needed to teleport, she confirmed the mission and moved instantly. She appeared in front of a monster ready to attack, but Daesung quickly told her to stay calm and revealed that the creature was actually him in a transformed form. Although she felt uneasy, she continued helping him open the way toward the Ghost King's hall. Finally, Daesung received a mission to defeat the main boss. The boss was himself. The two infiltrated the boss room. When Daesung saw the transformed monster, he was shocked because he thought they had already arrived too late. The corruption from the sky had changed the Ghost King, and Daesung, still in his transformed body, explained the complicated reason why his current body could not defeat the boss. He examined the Hell Witch's skills and immediately upgraded her instant death suicide attack. The witch was shocked when she saw the panel showing that the ultimate skill's success rate had increased. Even though the death penalty was clearly displayed, she looked as happy as a child receiving a birthday present. Without caring about safety, Daesung ordered her to use the skill on the Ghost King. Hearing Daesung's confident encouragement, Soyeon happily accepted without thinking about the risk of death and prepared a voodoo doll. The cruel Demon King watched carefully as she completed the mission. A few moments after she crushed the doll, the Ghost King collapsed loudly to the ground. Daesung felt a surge of excitement. Then he immediately noticed Seon had fainted behind him. Even though her role was finished, Daesung moved forward to finish the weakened boss. With blood neutralization active, he predicted the next movement and attacked confidently to end the life of his former subordinate. But when their swords clashed, his weapon was knocked away. Daesung's chest was pierced, and his soul was absorbed by the Sword of Sin. With that, the Ghost King claimed victory while mocking the opponent who appeared to be dead. Meanwhile, on Earth, Cho-young apologized to the doctor's assistant for bringing an unexpected guest. The strange scientist innocently asked who she meant. Not long after, someone arrived at high speed in an expensive sports car, making a very flashy entrance. He introduced himself as Korea's 5th-ranked hunter and the leader of Marvel clan Cho Han-jul. With false humility, he said he wanted to cooperate with Dr. Dong-hooke because they shared experience in aura engineering. Inside, Jae-hoo was irritated because his plan had been interrupted, but he maintained his polite attitude and introduced himself to the masked S-rank hunter. However, Han-jul completely ignored him and greeted Chango and Choyoung instead. Without wasting time, the woman from Seoul Clan ordered the creepy assistant to take them to the doctor. Thinking Choyoung had brought Hanjul as a bodyguard, Jae-hoo became even more determined to destroy them through his experiments. They were brought into a room inside the laboratory and told to wait. After the assistant left, Chango sensed something was wrong. He said this place did not feel like a normal laboratory. As a precaution, the leader of Marvel Clan suggested that everyone activate aura protection. Choyoung explained that Junyoung had recommended bringing Hanjul as extra security. She also reminded Chango that they could ask the masked aura engineer for help if needed. Suddenly, gas began filling the room. Hanjul's alarm immediately went off. Realizing it was a trap, he rammed the door with his shoulder and opened it using only physical strength. The three of them escaped and immediately faced an army of mutated orcs. Without hesitation, Hanjul created a purple sword and a glowing aura whip, cutting through the approaching swarm with ease. Chango and Choyoung worriedly wondered why monsters had been released. The clan leader quickly realized this was a dangerous trap. From the screen, the creepy assistant laughed happily, excited to test his upgraded experiments on hunters weakened by the gas. Meanwhile, the King of Hell was inside the Sword of Sin. As new souls entered, the spirits immediately tried to devour him, not realizing that Daesung had returned to his original body. With a face more terrifying than any monster, he declared that they were the ones who would be devoured. Outside, the Ghost King approached his unconscious slave. As he raised his sword to finish her off, his body was suddenly controlled by another force. He stared in confusion as the weapon began speaking, then turned against him. The sword pierced the Ghost King's body the same way he had defeated Daesung. In the end, the Ghost King suffered the result of his own action. He was sealed inside his own sword, marking the end of the mission. Annoyed, Daesung scratched his head because he had to keep fixing every small problem in hell. Suddenly, an explosion revealed the final enemy. Daesung looked straight at it. The celestial being possessing the Ghost King asked who had interfered. Daesung laughed at the creature for daring to ask that after invading his territory. When the being realized it was facing the ruler of hell, it immediately attacked. Daesung dodged easily and cut off its arm. Seeing the punishment, the demons begged excitedly for their ruler to deliver judgment in their name. Hearing the demons' conversation, the celestial being was shocked. It could not understand how someone who was not the supreme ruler of heaven could communicate with the exiled race. When Daesung heard the phrase, "ruler of heaven," his curiosity awakened, but the conversation suddenly stopped when chains appeared and bound the divine creature. The creature began begging for forgiveness for its failure. The cold and emotionless apostles of heaven showed no mercy. This strange situation confused Daesung, and he asked why singing apostles would execute their own comrade. His question was ignored. Filled with anger, Daesung flew forward and cut down all three apostles in a single strike, the celestial being watched in horror as someone killed the apostles so easily. A moment later, it screamed in pain as blood poured from its wounds. The system announced that the mission was complete. After crying because it had been abandoned by the supreme ruler, the celestial being weakened before Daesung and slowly transformed into a baby. Daesung could only stare in silence. Then the baby transformed again into an egg. Not knowing what to do, Daesung picked up the egg and considered whether he should smash it. At that moment, a panel appeared. It explained that the egg would hatch into a beast demon prepared to serve Daesung. Curious, he started the incubation process. Flames wrapped around the egg, and a countdown of 1 hour appeared. Meanwhile, back in the laboratory on Earth, Choyoung asked why Jae-hoo would do something so cruel. Without a clear answer, she explained that Jae-hoo controlled the laboratory for brutal experiments and was likely holding Dr. Dong-hook hostage. As they began to understand the situation, an experimental subject appeared and shocked them with its horrifying appearance. The other two were immediately horrified. Hanju realized that the creature was the result of fusing a human and a monster. The creature, with a distorted human head and drooling mouth, muttered that it wanted Choyoung's head to replace the monster head it had. Using the opening, Choyoung shot the creature to draw its attention. That created the perfect chance for the clan leader to attack. With a fast and powerful strike, the monster's head was instantly blown away. This made the orc furious. When Hanjul tried to attack again, the creature struck him with a massive weapon and sent him flying into a wall. Seeing Choyong continue shooting, the orc drooled even more because it wanted her head for itself. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Soyeon watched Daesung's egg with curiosity until it finally hatched. A tiny fairy-like creature emerged. The being floated in the air and asked who its master was. Daesung wasted no time and immediately pressured it to explain more about its race and the celestial beings. Unfortunately, the little creature admitted that it did not remember heaven. Annoyed by what seemed like a useless reward, Daesung began raising his sword. Seon, who had wanted a pet for a long time, immediately begged him not to kill it. She signaled for the tiny creature to prove its usefulness so it could be forgiven. The creature enthusiastically summoned a celestial store. Daesung was not impressed, but the Hell Witch reacted with great excitement. While Daesung, already bored, looked through the items on the shelf, one item caught his attention: a fortune diary. The creature explained that the item could be purchased with mission points and allowed the user to see the future. The system added that once per week, the user could see up to 24 hours ahead. The moment Daesung heard that, he pressed the purchase button. A scroll appeared in front of him and revealed information that made his expression turn serious. Not long after leaving Hell, Daesung told Soyeon to go home. The Hell Witch joked that he should not abandon his student, but Daesung calmly told her to focus on repairing her wrist. When she continued complaining, Daesung turned to her with a serious expression, instantly silencing her. Back in the laboratory, even though Hanju looked unconscious, his outfit began releasing smoke and revealed a cyberpunk design. Korea's 5th-ranked hunter rose in anger. He was now forced to use his final card. He shot toward the orc and smashed the mutant's face with a metal fist until its shape was completely ruined. Before the orc could react, Hanjul's armor released energy from the fist and destroyed the upper half of the creature's body. Seeing this, Chango remembered the rumor that Hanul's entire body was covered in aura technology. Exhausted, the Marvel clan leader said his ether cores needed to be recharged. Frustrated, Chango realized they had walked straight into Jehu's plan. But this result was not what the mad scientist wanted. Jehu had intended to capture them alive. Cornered, he finally released his most dangerous experiment. As Hanjul recharged his equipment, a door opened with a terrifying creak. From the shadows emerged Jehu's most precious creation, a goat man. Seeing the hybrid of human and beast carrying knives, Choyong prepared to fight, but Hanjul warned that the creature was most likely an S-rank monster. The masked hunter and the terrifying goat man stared at each other. Then the cyberpunk hunter started the fight. Hanjul's punch nearly reached the creature's face, but the monster dodged easily. The goat man grabbed his wrist, and Hanjul realized the enemy was much faster than expected. With brutal strength, the monster threw him away, tearing off the armored wrist. Chango watched in disbelief as Choyong bravely attacked the monster with a dagger. As expected, the creature vanished, appeared behind her, and threw her into a wall. Fortunately, the Marvel clan leader's protective aura activated in time and saved her. Refusing to lose, the S-rank hunter used the opening to charge an energy attack with his remaining arm. Unfortunately, the goat man jumped from wall to wall like a ninja, cut off his last arm, and slammed Korea's 5th-ranked hunter into the ground. That enraged Chango. He ordered the terrifying goat man to stop. The goat creature appeared in front of him, laughing at how weak he was while pretending to be brave. Chango boasted that he knew someone who could easily defeat the creature. Without hesitation, the goat man lowered his blade, but the attack was blocked by a shapeless shadow. Everyone was shocked when the figure emerging from the darkness was Daesung. Jokingly, he asked Chango if he was still alive. The goat man tried to kill Choyong, but Daesung sent another shadow to stop the fatal attack, drawing the creature's attention. Daesung then tested his new stealth skill and vanished from sight. The goat man panicked, looking around in confusion before releasing a roar to track him through sound. Daesung was impressed, noting that the creature acted more like a bat. Meanwhile, in the control room, Jehu was furious at the huge threat to his plan. As a final move, he pressed the forbidden red button and released the chimeras. The laboratory system announced that the facility would self-destruct in 30 minutes after the release of the poisonous chimeras. Reluctantly, Jehu left the laboratory, convinced that even the strongest hunter would fail against his creations. After the announcement, the hunters were surrounded by swarms of mutated human hybrids. Choyong realized the laboratory had become a monster factory under the mad scientist's control. Then Hanul said the creatures had most likely been created by injecting awakened ampoules into humans. Seeing the helpless former guards, Choyong asked Daesung for help. At first, Daesung considered burning everything to the ground, but in the end, he chose to move everyone into the Ghost King's territory. His 3 companions were shocked by that overwhelming power. But the ruler of Hell did not stop there. He summoned a ghost army to destroy the enemies. The 2 armies clashed in a fierce battle. Daesung reassured his team and confirmed that they were safe before disappearing again. Meanwhile, Jehu tried to escape the laboratory using the elevator, but the elevator suddenly stopped. Shadows crawled out through the door as Daesung observed him from close range. The mad scientist froze when he saw his worst enemy standing right in front of him. Jehu smiled and invited Daesung to end his life. Grabbing him by the neck, Daesung demanded an explanation for the motive behind the mutation experiments. Jehu remained silent, so Daesung activated his new skill, Ghost Ice, and entered the man's mind. Inside, he saw Jehu's past. He saw the moment Jehu had almost died under the gaze of a giant floating eye. Several memories of Jinchul's experiments flashed by, showing a masked bishop who had given Jehu access to Han's bodies after a sacrifice. Once Daesung had seen enough, he slammed Jehu into a wall. When he realized that the mad scientist had traded countless innocent lives just to extend his own, Daesung decided to punish him personally for the rest of his life. With only 1 minute remaining before the laboratory collapsed, a white-robed goat man suddenly appeared and used the master key to stop the self-destruction. But unexpectedly, Daesung was already standing behind him. The creature was confused when it saw another goat hybrid, claiming to be Dr. Don Huke. Not long after, the hunter team gathered to meet the doctor. He expressed regret and admitted responsibility for everything. The goat doctor also confirmed that there was enough evidence to put his insane assistant on trial. Like children judging every stranger, Chango whispered that he still could not believe this was really the doctor. Choyong confirmed that the voice matched. Hanul, interested, observed that the doctor's mind remained intact even though he had fused with a monster, but the doctor was more impressed by Hanul's cyborg body. The goat doctor remembered Choyong's aura injury and said he had an ampoule that could heal it completely. But Daesung cut into the conversation and asked the question everyone wanted answered. How had he become a goat man? Dr. Donghuk's face turned pale as he revealed that he had been the first test subject in the human-monster fusion experiment. He justified his actions by saying he had believed it was the only way to face increasingly powerful monsters. Because of that, he and Jehu experimented on patients who were already near death. He explained that because of an accident during the experiment, his original body was lost. Although the experiment succeeded, Daesung was irritated by the doctor's ignorance about Hanse. When Chango asked who they were, Daesung explained that the cult was responsible for the strange gates that had recently started appearing. Meanwhile, Jehu woke up naked and tied up in hell. He panicked and screamed for someone to kill him. But one of the Ghost King's prison guards prepared a heated blade, ready to peel the miserable man's skin without mercy. The scene shifted to a meeting point of Hanse, where 4 bishops were having a serious discussion. The bishop of the East, Elheim, informed the others about an unexpected incident in the eastern region. The other bishops, especially the bishop of the South, Azar, showed strong interest in the situation. Elheim directly revealed that he had lost 2 official dimension takers in Korea. The other bishops began debating the possibility of such an event and discussing its implications. The southern bishop asked the others to send their most competent dimension taker to deal with the threat. Then he stood, showing that he intended to handle the matter himself. Elheim told him to calm down and asked why he had not handled the situation personally from the beginning. Azar answered with a challenging tone, asking if the Eastern bishop doubted his ability to handle someone he considered an ordinary awakened individual. The Eastern bishop replied that the person Azar was talking about was not merely an awakened aura user. That shocked the other bishops. The president of the Hunter Association met with the branch manager. The manager reported that based on the investigation, a group called Hansi was responsible for the recent kidnappings. When the president asked for verification, the manager explained that the information came from their strongest hunter, Daesung. Realizing the danger ahead, the president ordered the manager to direct Jin Ki to personally begin the investigation. He emphasized that if news like this leaked to the public, it could cause chaos. The scene shifted to a correctional facility, where June waited for Choyoung. He realized that she had done her best and suggested that she come with him if she wanted to know more. Choyoung said she wanted her captain to meet someone. She introduced a goat and explained that the creature was none other than the Dr. Park he already knew. June was confused when all he saw was a goat with no sign of the professor. Then he laughed at the doctor, saying he had fallen so low that he had become a goat. Inside the car, the captain placed a hand on his head. He laughed at the goat doctor, saying he never thought he would end up talking to a goat. The situation felt ridiculous. The scene shifted to a familiar atmosphere, reminiscent of earlier incidents. This time, the serial killer targeted a girl named Mijong, intending to take her brain. He blocked her path. But before he could act, Inspector Jongwoo appeared and intervened. Jongwoo declared that he had caught the culprit behind all the kidnappings. He told the girl to leave and call Captain Jinki's backup. He prepared to fight, but seeing the killer's calm, defensive posture, he wondered why the man looked so relaxed. The killer mocked Jongwoo by calling him the hunter who had stabbed and killed his own partner. Those words triggered Jongwoo's rage. He believed this killer was connected to Lee Soo and shouted that he should have killed him with his own hands. Then he launched a series of attacks, but the killer dodged everything with ease. His movement was like a human who had studied in the demon world and mastered extreme evasion. In his fury, Jongwoo put all his strength into every strike, but shockingly, the killer caught his sword with his bare hand. Then he sliced Jongwoo's neck. Jongwoo wanted to survive that day, but he felt the slash too late. Only then did he realize his neck had been cut, ending his life. The killer wondered for a moment if he had made a mistake, since he had been ordered not to harm anyone from the association. But he quickly remembered that the person who had given him the order, Jae-hoo, had disappeared, so there was no reason to worry. After killing Jong-woo, he walked away calmly, searching for the girl who had escaped. The scene shifted to the branch manager reviewing Jong-woo's final recording. The footage clearly showed the serial killer's face before Jong-woo died. He asked whether Ki already knew the killer's real identity. Hee-hong explained that the man's name was Chonik, a D-rank adventurer. He also said that Chenik, along with Jinchol and others, had joined a secret organization called Hanse. The manager then asked about Jae-hoo. Ki-hong said that, according to Chango, Jae-hoo had died in the research facility. Angered by the situation, the manager ordered Ki to inform every S-ranker and mobilize them to destroy the organization. The scene shifted to Daesung's building, where Dongchul met Chango again and immediately explained why he had come. He was looking for donations. He described his plan to build a place that would offer better living conditions for the children under his care. In exchange for funding, he guaranteed full cooperation in every possible matter. Dongchul shook Chango's hand and was surprised that the proposal was accepted so easily. But Chango told him not to get too excited. The final decision could only be made after discussing it with Daesung. The scene shifted to Hope Orphanage, where Dongchul spoke with the sister about his plan. He said he had contacted Daesung's clan to secure funding. It was clear he was preparing a large-scale fundraising program. The sister was worried, but Dongchul reassured her, saying that if he could conquer an S-rank gate with other S-rank hunters, the plan would definitely work. While speaking with her, he sensed someone approaching the building from outside. By instinct, he told the sister to act immediately and bring everyone, including herself, into the monster shelter. He sensed enormous danger coming and went out to face it. The urgency on his face left no room for doubt. Outside, he saw a muscular blonde man walking calmly toward him. Dongchul wasted no time and attacked from above. But the blonde man blocked him easily. He already knew Dongchul was an S-ranker and was prepared to fight. Dongchul grew uneasy when his attack was countered so easily. He gathered his courage and reminded himself to push harder and prove his strength. But the blonde man counterattacked from a distance, making Dongchul uncomfortable because his opponent was clearly skilled in ranged combat. At the same time, a strange and terrifying fog covered Daesung's home as a woman approached. When the fog entered the house, Soyeon became sleepy and collapsed. As she lay on the floor, her voodoo doll came to life. The woman entered the access code at the door and stepped inside. She summoned a staff into her hand and declared the house an altar of death. When she entered the living room, she was shocked to see an ugly doll holding a knife. Nervously, she asked what such a hideous doll was doing there. Like a scene from a horror movie, the doll licked the knife in a creepy way. To remove the disgusting thing, the intruder cast a spell and set it on fire. But the crazy doll kept running toward her while burning. The woman quickly raised a barrier. When the doll reached her, Daesung's cursed doll slammed its knife against the shield, as if promising to carve her like minced meat. Every slash slowly cracked the barrier. The intruder started to panic. When she saw the barrier weakening, she slipped and fell. The cursed doll took the opportunity and stabbed her again and again. Covered in blood, the terrifying doll enjoyed the victim's screams. The screams echoed outside, but no one came to help. At the Hunter Association, the branch manager received reports about battles happening across the city. One report mentioned a fight between Changshik and an unknown challenger at Han River Park. Another report said Dongchul was fighting a foreign challenger at the orphanage. The situation made the branch manager tense. He wondered if these strange enemies were from Hanse. Then he ordered his staff to send a unit to assist Dongchul at the orphanage. Meanwhile, at Han River Park, Changshik's opponent seemed impressed by the ability of Korean hunters. The dark-skinned man looked completely unharmed, as if the battle had barely affected him. Changshik, on the other hand, looked exhausted and nearly out of energy. The challenger then used magnetic storm to end the fight. The attack targeted Korea's strongest hunter, shocking him as his body began being pulled by the force. Changshik was helpless and had no idea what to do. Then, as if by a miracle, the skill stopped. Even the dark-skinned man was confused about why his ability had been interrupted. Suddenly, Baek Harin appeared to help Changshik. The top hunter felt relieved that he finally had an ally. Harin asked whether the dark man was from Hanse, but she quickly realized that Changshik also did not understand the situation. He had not even seen the important warning sent to the S-rankers. Not long after, a group of well-dressed men appeared and called Changshik their leader. The enemy grew annoyed that the fight had been interrupted and attacked everyone nearby. He released a powerful shockwave from both hands, but Harin quickly raised a shield of light. The barrier protected them from the attack, but the force was so great that it frightened the men behind her. Changshik immediately asked for his sword. With the blade in hand, he prepared to end the fight that had lasted far too long. Seeing that he had already used too much power, the dark man escaped from the scene. Since the threat was gone, Changshik's exhaustion finally caught up to him. He collapsed and lost consciousness, leaving his subordinates confused. Jiren told them to take him to the hospital immediately before it was too late. In the basement of the orphanage, the children hid with a sister while the fierce battle continued above. She tried to calm them by saying the director would be fine. One child tried to imitate Dongchul, making the others laugh and regain a little courage. Meanwhile, Dongchul was trapped in a difficult situation, trying to withstand the projectiles being fired at him. His patience began to run out because he could not find an opening in his opponent's movements. The blonde thug threw projectiles into the air and prepared to finish one of Korea's best hunters. Dongchul prepared for whatever new trick the enemy would use. The opponent activated Blood Rain and began firing blood spears to save himself. The director used Thunderstorm to block the attack. The blood spears pierced through with ruthless force. When the dust cleared, Dongchul's body was impaled by countless projectiles. Even though he tried to endure it, he struggled to stay alive and swore he would not die there. But eventually, his body could not hold on, and he fell to the ground. The thug's hand trembled. After the battle ended, his power disappeared, and he realized that the giant blood force had been completely exhausted. Feeling that something was wrong, he immediately left the area. Back at Soyeon's house, she found traces of a body in a pool of blood. From there, she accessed the memories of what had happened and discovered that her ugly doll had saved her life. At Daesung's apartment, his mother watched the news about strange incidents at Han River Park and Dongchul's orphanage. The bad news made her even more worried because her son had not come home for several days. She turned to pick up her phone from the sofa. Jisoo entered and said Chango had told them not to worry about Daesung. Her mother asked when they had spoken and what her son was doing. Jisoo answered in a rough tone, appearing not to care about her brother's activities. That made her mother hit her, causing the girl to shout for help. On the rooftop of a nearby building, a terrifying dark figure stood in the shadows. The camera drew closer and revealed that the figure was the serial killer. He prepared to kill one member of Daesung's family and take the other hostage. Then all the lights in the apartment suddenly went out. The killer approached the window, intending to slaughter the innocent family. He used his power to break in, but instead he was thrown back. While Daesung's mother slept, the pendant around her neck shone and acted as the key to the home's protective barrier. The killer became extremely frustrated. A barrier was protecting the house. Suddenly, a spear shot forward and pierced his body. The man coughed blood as every sense in his body was overwhelmed by pain. As the spear pushed him away from the home, one of Daesung's summoned monsters appeared and ordered him to be quiet. Fear swallowed him because the monster had appeared even without its master present. As the creature prepared to throw him off the building, he offered to explain everything. But the summons said Daesung would be the one to interrogate him. The scene shifted to the moonlit ocean. The waves began to churn, and a sea serpent rose from the depths. A system window appeared, showing that the protagonist's body had been released. Daesung stood on top of the sea serpent with a deadly aura growing stronger around him. His hair had turned white, showing that he had returned to his old condition. Then he received a message from his summon saying that an intruder had tried to harm his mother. The scene shifted to a massive iron castle. The killer was tied up before the throne, waiting for his fate. He looked anxious, growing more afraid because he did not know where he was. Then footsteps approached. Daesung arrived to interrogate the prisoner. Messages from the demons flooded in non-stop as they continued watching him. He promised to free them when the time was right. After that, he focused on the terrified prisoner and demanded to know who his master was. At Hanse's southern altar, Jaime met with the two thugs who had attacked Shangshuk and Dongchul. He asked about their missions. The blonde man said he had succeeded in taking down Dongchul. The dark-skinned man admitted that he had failed to finish his target. He tried to explain that Changshik would have died if there had been no interference. The bishop told them about Gusman's death. He also said that Sagat had disappeared. As the two men discussed the shocking news, the bishop's body transformed into a disgusting creature with a huge head. Then he granted both of them the authority of apostles and ordered them to kill Daesung immediately. At the university hospital, two men guarded the room where their leader was being treated. Changshik finally woke up, even though tremendous pain struck his body. When the others noticed, someone was sent to inform the doctor and the association chairman. The top hunter struggled with a severe headache while trying to understand where he was. The woman beside him explained that he had suffered shock from aura depletion. He tried to sit up, but she advised him not to move yet. Once he managed to sit, he asked one of the men where Jiren was. The man answered that she had gone to see Dongchul. Another subordinate immediately scolded him for revealing information about Dongchul, but that only made Changshik more worried. He asked if something had happened to the director. The two men looked serious and struggled to explain. One of them finally said Dongchul's life was in danger after fighting a mysterious attacker. Because of that, Haran had rushed over to try to help him. Hearing the news, despair filled Changshik's eyes. He forced himself out of bed to check on his friend, but the woman again told him not to move because his body still needed recovery. Even so, he insisted and demanded to be taken to the room where the director was being treated. Inside Dongchul's room, Haran's voice could be heard again and again as she tried to heal his wounds. Kim said she could stop because all of the director's external wounds had already recovered. But Haran's face showed fear and desperation. She held the director's hand and refused to accept the possibility of his death. The door suddenly opened, and Changshik entered. He saw his friend in terrible condition. Dongchul lay unconscious on the bed while all of Haran's efforts produced no meaningful result. Kim explained that the director was not dead, but he was in a coma with brain death. Korea's strongest hunter blamed Hanse for everything and wanted to know who they really were. Kim replied that the association was trying to track the attackers. Suddenly, His phone rang. After answering, he received a report about an S-rank gate. Haran and Changsik's faces filled with anxiety the moment they heard those words. The atmosphere in the room became tense as Ki received more information through the phone. The scene shifted to a massive gate that appeared in the middle of the city, causing panic and fear. At the association building, the staff worked desperately to handle the situation. But the size of the portal and the tension around it showed how serious the problem was. As if things were not bad enough, the branch manager was confused because most of the elite hunters were unavailable. Only support hunters remained. He issued a red alert and declared that every registered hunter would be mobilized to handle the gate. The staff immediately began calling every hunter they could reach, filled with anxiety. The branch manager stared ahead, hoping they could contain the chaos before it got out of control. At the Iron Castle, Daesung tortured the prisoner and absorbed all of his memories to uncover hidden information. He saw images of the Hansi bishop, the mastermind behind everything. After absorbing the memories, Daesung wondered if that figure was the final boss he would have to face. In the city, vehicles lined up at toll gates as people tried to escape. A reporter stated that civilians were evacuating, but the traffic was extremely long. In the opposite lane, many buses filled with hunters were entering through the toll gate. She also reported that Changshik and Dongchul could not participate in the raid because of their injuries. The association still had not made an official statement about the S-rank hunters. At Daesung's apartment, his mother saw Jisoo moving a large box and asked what it was for. Jisoo explained that they had to evacuate because everything outside was becoming chaotic. But her mother scolded her for trying to leave without her brother. Jisoo reminded her how strong Daesung was. Their conversation stopped when a loud knock came from the door. When the door opened, Daesung walked in. They immediately noticed that his hair had changed color. Daesung did not understand what they meant. He asked where they were going. His sister answered that they were preparing to evacuate because of the S-rank gate. She tried to convince him to run away with them if the situation became worse. But Daesung turned to his mother and asked her to stay home with Jisoo. He assured them that their current home was the safest place in Korea. He told them that he planned to defeat the monsters and return safely. His mother agreed to stay, but Jisoo still looked deeply worried. After settling things at home, Daesung prepared to face the coming threat. Armored trucks took position to face the monsters. Soldiers hurried through the process as everyone moved toward the gate. As the tanks approached the portal, Daesung stood on the roof of a nearby building. A terrifying aura radiated from his body as he watched the gate. He wondered whether this entire situation was the enemy's plan to lure him out. Meanwhile, at the association, everyone grew more tense as they looked at the S-rank gate. The branch manager slammed his hand on the desk in anger because the appearance of this gate only made everything more complicated. Then the secretary informed him that Daesung's clan had submitted a request for exclusive access to the S-rank gate. The manager was so happy that he accidentally shouted with joy. He quickly calmed himself and apologized for getting too excited at the thought of Daesung's clan taking control of the gate. He ordered the troops to stand by as support. He also told his assistant to spread the news. As the hunters moved toward the gate, other hunters gathered in the street and formed ranks. Ranged attackers moved to the back, while the defense forces stood at the front. Some hunters were nervous, thinking they were being used as bait. Then they received an emergency notification on their phones. Daesung's clan was attacking the S-rank gate. The air trembled. A loud sound echoed as Daesung's dragon flew past them. The noise was nearly deafening as it flew low at high speed. The hunters were shocked by the majestic creature. At the same time, they felt relieved. Daesung had come to save them. Inside the association building, the manager watched Daesung fly toward the gate. He and his assistant entrusted the situation to him, hoping he could handle it. A reporter arrived near the gate and saw Daesung's clan attacking alone. She prepared to broadcast the news live. Meanwhile, Daesung flew directly into the gate and arrived in a snowy region. With his white hair, he looked as if he had entered an ultra-instinct state. He noticed the extreme cold before checking his surroundings. One of Hans's subordinates, the same person who had attacked Changsik, tried to shoot him from the sky. The man used all his power to bring Daesung down, but Daesung countered with his dragon's breath. Blue flames shot downward and struck the man. He tried to block the attack with magnetic storm, but his power was not enough. The flames hit and triggered an explosion at the impact point. Daesung noticed that the enemy was trying to escape through the smoke. He immediately gave chase. The hunter attacked with blood spears and tried to trap him the same way he had trapped Dongchul. Daesung drew his sword and deflected the attacks with fire. Then he charged toward the enemy's hiding place. With a deadly stare, he ordered the man to come out. The dark-skinned man appeared. The two stood face to face in the middle of the snowstorm. The man said Daesung was too strong to be just a hunter, but Daesung was already tired of talking. He wanted to end everything quickly. The enemy activated a skill called Advent of the Titan. The ability seemed to have been granted by the bishop. His body and muscles expanded dramatically, tearing his clothes apart. After the transformation, he looked like an arena fighter. Although the form looked intimidating, Daesung did not see any meaningful improvement. With his new power, the man prepared to attack with everything he had. He summoned a huge meteor and aimed it at Daesung. But to Daesung, the attack looked like a children's game. He released even more magic power. The dominant aura around him grew stronger. His enemy was shocked by the scale of his strength. He could not understand how anyone could be this powerful. A second Hansei subordinate appeared behind Daesung. He signaled that Daesung's ability had a weakness, but the ambush was useless. Daesung had already known he was there from the beginning. He warned the blonde man not to rush toward death. The blonde man began wondering if his presence had been detected all along. As the meteor approached, Daesung used wrath to split the giant rock in two. In the process, the dark-skinned man was cut down as well and met a tragic end. The main character defeated him without any real effort. The blonde man, seeing what happened, was filled with fear. He admitted that even Elheim could not do something like that. Before he could act, Daesung grabbed him by the neck. Then he tortured his brain with lightning power. With a sharp gaze, Daesung asked about the bishop's eye he had seen earlier. Suddenly, one eye appeared beside him. Then more and more eyes emerged from the void. Daesung became interested in the appearance of the eyes. He tossed the blonde man aside because he was no longer useful. The bishop's eyes realized that Daesung's power was different from that of awakened hunters. He decided to test that power, but first, he used petrification on his own subordinate. The man begged for mercy, but his body slowly turned to stone. Soon, he became a statue. Then Daesung asked if it was now his turn to have fun. He created a giant fireball and demanded that the bishop show his true form. He attacked the eyes with flames, causing them to explode one by one. The petrified body shattered during the fight. When the mist cleared, Daesung was sure the enemy had not been completely defeated. He ordered the bishop to come out and stop wasting time. One eye appeared again and asked where Daesung had come from. It offered to answer Daesung's question if Daesung answered first. The bishop thought he was proposing a deal. Then it asked what Daesung would do. The being admitted that it liked deals very much, but it warned that it would take Daesung's heart if it found an opening. Daesung prepared to ask his question, but instead of speaking, he used ghost eyes to look into the memory of the eye before him. The bishop said such a trick would not work, but Daesung replied that he did not trust a pig like him. Through the memory, Daesung saw a war, a Titan planet called Hecaton. Creatures like angels appeared in the sky, leading several giants, but they were slaughtered, and the planet exploded into ruin. Then a spaceship pierced hyperspace and arrived at the Spectrum Nebula. There, a gigantic being told its subordinates that all descendants of Hecaton had died, and only they remained. To revive their species, it opened a portal to Earth and ordered a portal cube to be placed there. The plan was to fill the planet with ether energy. In Washington, D.C., where world powers gathered, Daesung saw national leaders negotiating with the Hansei species so they could rule Earth forever. The aliens offered eternal life. In exchange, they would gain power from the nebula, but the memory was cut off when the bishop tore out its own eye. It had realized the origin of Daesung's power. It said his power came from the demon nebula. Then it wondered whether Daesung had conquered that region inside the S-rank gate. Daesung realized the bishop possessed 1,000 years of memories. He began questioning whether this enemy was truly the final boss. The images he had seen were still confusing, and he could not fully understand them. He also noticed that there were no monsters inside the gate. Then he saw the charred body of the petrified man slowly disappearing. In the city, Harin and Hanul waited with other hunters in front of the gate. The branch manager approached the S-rank hunters and thanked them for handling the preparation units. He was also surprised to see Hanul using both arms again. Hanul explained that he had quickly installed backup equipment so he could keep fighting. Harin then asked how long Daesung had been inside the gate. The manager answered that it had been about 3 hours. He hoped Daesung would return safely, although there was still a possibility of a second wave if he failed. His words were interrupted by the strange Soyeon. She said it was rude to imply that her master might fail. Seyeon asked if they had forgotten how strong her teacher was. Harin, clearly annoyed, asked what she was doing there. The girl, obsessed with Daesung, explained that the assassins from Hansa had also come to her house. Harin and Hanul were shocked to hear this. The branch manager asked the hunter from Fortress Clan what had happened to the assassins. Seoyeon answered that they had died at the hands of her doll. She explained that she had created a special doll beyond an ordinary cursed puppet, but the doll lost all of its power after fighting the assassin. To revive it, she said she would make Daesung stronger. At that moment, the hunters realized that the gate had been cleared when they saw its color change. The branch manager and the S-rank hunters fell silent in shock. Inside the gate, Daesung held 2 crystals in his hands. A system window appeared and informed him that he had obtained the great power of the meteor, along with 2 ether cores capable of creating S-grade awakened beings. But his thoughts focused on only one thing. How much money could he make from those crystals? After thinking about it, he decided he would test them later. The hunters in front of the gate began shouting his name when they saw him emerge, riding a majestic dragon. The crowd erupted in cheers. Seyeon waved and tried to get his attention. Daesung saw the fans admiring him, but he did not look impressed by the cheering. The hunters stepped aside as he landed and wondered how strong he truly was to clear a gate alone. Daesung walked toward the branch manager, who greeted him on behalf of the association. The manager thanked him for his hard work. Other hunters also thanked him and continued cheering. Although he looked bored, Daesung started feeling uncomfortable with the excessive attention. Seon approached in a strange way and asked about the monsters inside the gate. Harin and Hanul also stared at him, waiting for an answer. But Daesung said there had been no monsters inside. The branch manager was confused and asked how that could be possible. Daesung explained that he had met 3 people inside. One had blue eyes, one had black eyes, and one had white eyes. Harin immediately realized that the one with black eyes was the person who had attacked Changshik. The one with white eyes was most likely the one who had fought Dongchul. Even so, the manager still found it strange that there were no monsters inside an S-rank gate. He said the association would conduct a deeper investigation inside. Hanul recognized the attackers as the ones who had attacked his subordinates, but he did not know who the blue-eyed person was. With a serious expression, Baek Harin asked Daesung what had happened to the people he met. Daesung answered that he had killed 2 of them, while the blue-eyed one had escaped. He also told the manager that the escaped person was probably the leader of the assassins, but the true mastermind was someone else. He needed time to organize the information he had gathered. Soyeon approached again and asked whether he had obtained anything from the gate. The others were also curious about whether there had been any rewards. Daesung quickly avoided the question by pretending to have a headache and saying that he had used too much energy. Then he told them to ask Chango for more details. Before his crazy student could demand anything else, he left the area. Unfortunately, the others were left with unanswered questions and no idea how to get the information they needed. After that, news spread that Daesung had single-handedly cleared an S-rank gate. The report raised Korea's global reputation and caused a major shift in world rankings. In Youngcheol's room, the streamer celebrated the achievement and called Daesung the strongest hunter in the world. He introduced himself as the leader of the Han Daesung Fan Cafe and said he had followed Daesung since the Gangnam Gate incident. He showed a world map to explain why the achievement was so incredible. Although many countries had cleared S-rank gates, this was the first time a single individual had done it alone. He told his subscribers that Daesung should be recognized as the #1 hunter in the world. But some subscribers disagreed because the gate had no monsters hours. That made Zhang Qiu furious. He started yelling at the screen like a man losing his mind. Then he decided to contact the bald old man to ask about the S-rank gate situation. What the old man told him left him completely stunned. Meanwhile, Choyang received countless calls from the media about Daesung's case. The attention exhausted her. She could not understand why the situation had become this huge. She had no time to rest because the calls kept coming. At Daesung's clan, Chango tried to contact Daesung, but Daesung was famous for not answering calls. Chango's patience began to run out, so he sent an urgent message saying they needed to hold a press conference immediately. But Daesung was sleeping deeply and did not hear his phone. Chango felt frustrated and thought Daesung should have brought other hunters instead of clearing the gate alone. The scene shifted to Hanse's blood demon altar. At the edge of space, Ramus, the high priest of Hecaton, knelt before a statue. Elheim appeared and said there was a problem in the world. When Ramus asked for details, the bishop explained that the king of the demon nebula was in the world. He also revealed that the demon king had accessed their memories and learned of their plan. The priest was shocked and slammed his staff into the ground in anger. Then he told Elheim that the creation of portals in Korea would be stopped. Next, he ordered them to prepare for war against heaven. Elheim recorded the order obediently. At the World Hunter Association, the table was covered with magazines about Daesung and how he had conquered an S-rank gate alone. High-ranking officials waited for their leader. World Hunter Association President Darren Anderson opened the meeting to discuss the S-rank gate incident in Korea. Anderson directed everyone's attention to a screen showing Daesung and the gate. He zoomed in on Daesung's image and confirmed that this was the man who had cleared the S-rank gate. But Japan's Central Communications Director, Natsuka Washinji, interrupted. She said that in her country, gates were classified by the level of monsters, not by aura. Since there had been no monsters in Daesung's gate, she did not understand why it should be considered S-rank. She concluded that a true S-rank gate could never be cleared by a single person. Jin Rong, vice president of China's Awakening Force, said the gate was only comparable to a hunter exam site in his country. Someone else suggested that they should not jump to conclusions, especially because the Korean Association president was present. Park Junho looked tense, but continued. Anderson explained that the association would send an investigation team to officially evaluate the situation and temporarily close the case. Then he asked everyone to focus on Junho, the head of the Korean Association. Junho said that Korea had obtained important information about Daesung and therefore requested immediate global action. He directed everyone's attention back to the screen and told them to watch the first video. Sometime later, a car stopped in front of Daesung's clan building. Reporters surrounding the building immediately recognized Chango inside the car. Cho told Chango about the crowd and asked what they should do. Chango was already tired of dealing with reporters, but he still decided to get out. The reporters immediately asked whether the gate had really been S-rank and what Daesung thought about it. The questions felt both annoying and insulting. Chango said the matter would be handled, so for now, they needed to wait. But the reporters continued bombarding him with questions, asking if it was true that nothing had been found inside the gate. Cho interrupted the conversation and cleared a path so Chango could enter the building. Chango thanked him for the help and went inside. When the reporters shifted their attention to Choi Young and started asking questions, she refused to be interviewed. At Daesung's building, his mother and younger sister were outside when another group of reporters came looking for him. The reporters noticed them and rushed over for an interview. Jisoo tried to protect her mother from the aggressive reporters who frightened them. One reporter approached and said that her son was a hero who had saved the country. He wanted to speak with her. Daesung's mother looked confused. She did not understand why her son was being called a hero. Even so, the reporters kept pressing her for a comment about the S-rank gate incident. Jisoo, unable to stay quiet, said that her brother had once told them not to evacuate. She explained that Daesung had said their home was the safest place and that they did not need to leave the city. The reporters quickly wrote it down. Then they asked about the change in her brother's hair color and whether it was related to his mental condition. Yeah,